Warning. Every one of you listening to my voice, tell the world. Tell this to everybody wherever they are. Watch the skies everywhere. Keep looking. Keep watching the skies.
Let's do this, guys. So welcome back. Just as I had said before, right when we got off, Lee Strauss will not be joining me back this evening, but I do have something special for you. Not only did Rob G agree to show back up, and he said he was going to go to the store, it took 20 minutes. But before we bring him on, I'm joking. He's right here. Rob G Sweets, how you doing, my man?
Hey, what's going on, Grant Baker? What's going Grantavious Maxx?
Absolutely. We're having some fun tonight. We even have a special guest with us tonight who has his own show on Spaced Out Radio. Rob G, if everybody doesn't know who's watching us, which I sure hope you do, is the host of the After Hours, which is Pacific Standard Time, 9 to midnight. Every weekend,
8 p.m. to 11.
8 p.m. to 11. Yeah. I'm sorry. I mistook it. But we do have another guest with us, don't we? We have the talented, the unworldly guy, the best artist in the galaxy.
I agree.
Filthy, dirty filth. My brother.
Irreverent, dirty filth.
And then we are also here's something really fun for everybody. We're just waiting for a few people to catch up. We got 27 people in the audience.
Is there more?
There's one more, and there's and we're gonna go ahead and wait until we get the wave. And here we go. Dave Scott's hand.
What? Who?
Say hello to Dave Scott's hand.
I don't know if that's Dave Scott's hand.
I don't know. It might. I don't know. It's waving.
It might be El Avni Volador's hand.
No, I haven't seen that guy. See the hair? See the hair?
Yep, we see the hair. There it is. Yep, he's
redoing the studio here.
He's redoing the studio and was kind enough to show up live for everybody else here.
Looking good, sir. Looking good.
Well, it's gonna be a good change.
Oh, it'll be amazing. It looks so odd, though. You know, that desk in the background reminds me of my grade school days.
I know, but wait till it's done. It's going to look badass.
Oh, I can see where you're going. You have a lot to work with there, sir. A lot to work with.
Rob, right. do us a favor. Give that chin hair a little tug for us, if you don't mind.
All right. Why not?
Oh, God, that's nice.
Yeah, that's nice. Why not? Why not?
Just letting everybody know, if you ever see Rob G in person, give him a hug, because this man gives the best hugs in the world.
Yes, he does.
Hugs.
I am one that I don't know how I was blessed to get a hug from you, my man, but I got quite a few in Reno, and it was amazing. So
we had a smash. We had a smash. Hopefully next time we can get everybody out there. That's what I would love to see. Everyone in the chat coming on out to a SOR event. I don't know, man. Maybe we need to do more than one a year. I don't know. It'll be up to Davey.
That's up to Davey. But I'll tell you what, man. There's plenty of them to go around. And by the way, for everybody that's listening right now, all 40 of you, thank you so much for joining us. By the way, if you are just joining us live right now, please like and subscribe if you haven't found us before. Go to spacedoutradio.com. Our swag is amazing. We do not have ugly swag. Not ugly, Dave. Not ugly at all.
Oh, in
fact, I got an idea for one, but I'll tell you about that later.
Wait, Jaquetta, I have to address this. Jaquetta said, I will definitely hug me, so Mr. Rob G. I'm going to hold you to that, the Jaquetta. So next SOR event, I'd love to see you there. Hugs all night long.
Oh, here it is. The best thing about Rob G hug, one size fits all.
Yep. And male or female, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all love. We're all family. We all love each other. So male or female doesn't matter. All hugs.
brother. Amen.
I agree with that. So in our last, I don't know what, 30, 40, 50 minutes ago, before you and I had to go to the store, Lee and I were talking about Atlas, the 3i Atlas, right? I noticed that you had another show that came out and you were talking about it as well. So what I would want to do with this, because this is kind of a big deal right now. I notice a lot of people that are interested in it. They're doing a lot of shows, whether it's Avi Loeb or Ross Colehart, even Jeremy Corbell has his own opinion on it. Rob G, what is your opinion on what we're looking at with the new satellite information from not only the James Webb, but also the Hubble telescope and the other one that we have out there that looks like three bells put together? What is your opinion on this particular object that's coming toward us right now?
Well, truthfully, I was looking at it and they have imagery, the latest on the James Webb telescope, and I think it's SpaceX, that show that this object is emitting CO2 instead of H2O, which is normally what a comet coming in this close would already be displaying, and it's not displaying that. Now they've given some reasons for why that might be. They said that the ejection of the CO2 could be almost insulating ice beneath it, and that it just hasn't started to melt yet. So that's the reason they're giving why it doesn't have a cometary tail at this moment. I can go with, as far as we're gonna have to wait a little further along, maybe September, to where this thing should start emitting a tail. But right now, it's not. Avi Loeb has stepped up and said as much, and he's given it on the Avi scale of 1 through 10, 1 being mundane explanation, 10 being something intelligent. He's giving it a 4.
Yep.
So a lot of people are saying now he's giving 40% chance that this object is intelligently controlled. But I think there's danger there because Avi Loeb is putting himself on the line with making statements like that. If this turns out not to be anything but a comet, then the next interstellar object, what are we supposed to do with Avi Loeb giving this sort of information? So I don't know if you thought about that. What do you think about that?
I did think about that, but when you look at the amount of CO2 that's actually being put off on this thing, and the fact that right now it's getting close enough to the sun where you would see off-gassing of H2O, and we're not seeing that with all three, either land-based or space-based satellite systems that we're watching this thing with, and scientists are becoming more aware of it and starting to turn their different instruments towards this object. The fact that 3i Atlas, in perspective, so this thing is putting out, you got to understand, the humans produce about 1 kilogram of CO2 per day. Okay. The mass loss rate for 3i Atlas of 129 kilograms per second amounts to the CO2 output of about 10 million people. That's a lot of people. But there's no H2O coming off this thing. And the fact that the amount of water that's not being off-gassed on this and the amount of CO2 that is a little concerning. And also the fact that this thing it seems to be producing its own light source. That means it looks in certain aspects much smaller than it really is, except the corona is much bigger. In fact, it's getting bigger and bigger by the day, so to speak. And the amount of sunlight that's reflecting off of it seems to be producing its own light, which is where Avi Loeb comes into play, where he's saying that this thing might be nuclear, and it just keeps going. So is this thing a CO2 based, object? Can CO2 be condensed into a solid form? What's your idea on that?
Here's the scary thing. So Avi Loeb is also stating that the glow seems to be like an inner glow. It's too early, I guess, for it to be, showing this sort of reflection from the sun, essentially, is what he was saying. Mm-hmm. So if this has this inner glow, he's stating that the object could be up to 46 kilometers wide. Mm-hmm. So here's the thing. When you just gave that number on the CO2 that each person emits, okay, this is what I'm thinking, right? and this is why it should be taken seriously. For one, we need to know the trajectory. If it is a comet, it's something that big coming, close to Earth. If it ever did, would be obviously a planet-ending event. In the event that this is something technological from an alien presence, if it's 46 kilometers long, that seems big enough to hold millions of entities inside of the ship. So if it is technological, why would something that big be coming through our neighborhood? Is it set to stop here? CO2 obviously is what we breathe out when we, from the oxygen. So are they breathing oxygen as well? Are they oxygen breathing entities? Is that why it is emitting CO2? I don't know, but these are things that I'm thinking about as it gets closer.
Dirty Filth, go ahead.
I was going to say it may be a large sized ship of some sort or probe, and we may be thinking in human sizes, where if we look at what Elon Musk is doing with his starships, those are pretty big, and so we're only at that size of ship for crashing and burning and retrying ideas. So who says that perhaps maybe fancier aliens or anything of that such has not acquired the resources and knowledge and everything to use a 40 kilometer or what? I totally forgot because cats are bugging me. A large amount of kilometers size ship than what humans can do. Why couldn't they have something like that to easily search out far distances? I mean, we sent Voyager 2 out.
Yeah.
And
maybe that went by a planet of some sort. They went, hey, who's this? What's this weird thing? I know it just went out of the Aurora, or no, that's incorrect. I apologize. But the Voyager 2 has been out into some deep space, and who says some other species or something didn't see that and go, hey, they launched this perfectly. And I mean, nerds from all species can generally triangulate angles and such. And please feel free to stop me before I get too silly here. But I think that we can't just, on one hand, yeah, it could be a giant chunk of rock or meteor or whatever, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, if it was a satellite or a ship of some sort, why wouldn't they do the most logical way to go through, like the Oumuamua? Everyone claimed that was just a giant rock, and I know these are different circumstances and everything. However, at the same time, then who says that China or Russia didn't already send something out, or America didn't send something out? It's never going to be the same thing twice, mostly because nothing's typical usually. Anyways, I'll let the smart people talk. I'll just draw cartoons. It's way easier.
No, you did a really good job there. And
Yes, sir.
What I would like to respond to that is, there's a couple things here that we need to take away from this. The object is brighter than it should be, which it has to have an extremely large coefficient of light refraction. And when that happens, that means it's almost like a mirror. There's only a couple things that can do that. One is ice. This thing is creating a lot of CO2, which for anybody, that's carbon dioxide. So let's imagine a 41 kilometer ball of carbon dioxide in its solid form. That can exist, and it actually exists here on planet Earth. When you go to certain places, like let's say you want to have some fun with some punch, you get dry ice. Dry ice is a solid form of carbon dioxide, which is really white and really reflective. Can dry ice happen in space, Rob G?
I don't know the science behind it, but I don't see why not. I think if you put a brick of dry ice out in space, if you launched it out right now, it probably would survive, right? I don't see it. I think it can happen. Why not?
Well, I mean, dry ice is literally negative 100 plus. I'm gonna have to look it up. Hold on.
Oh, you screwed that up, Grant.
I did bad. Negative 78 degrees Celsius. negative
Shame on
109.3 Fahrenheit. I knew it was negative 100, but so carbon dioxide can be solid in its form as of dry ice, which is the common name for solid carbon dioxide. Dry ice forms when carbon dioxide is cooled to approximately negative 78 degrees Celsius, negative 190.3 degrees Fahrenheit. I have used this to cool my apartment once when it was 93 inside there. And this can off gas very easily. But here's the crazy thing, Rob. The sphere around it, that off gas or the particles of dust that they're talking about is preceding this object, not trailing it like a comet. What's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, the explanation I guess Avi Loeb gave was that it could be, dust collected over its interstellar journey, and that would be what would explain that. It makes sense if you got something that's been traveling through space. There's a lot of dust out there. I don't see it makes sense, and that's the thing about Avi Loeb. That's why you can't just, throw away what he's saying, even though chances are it's something explainable. He's made he's pointed at some key things that make you at least have to think about it. Period. If there's a ship coming in let's go to the smallest side of it. I think they said at first 7 miles, 12 miles. That's still crazy. That's huge. How many human beings could you fit into a ship that size? A lot. So if you have to at least think about it until we can see what it is, because if it is a ship full of beings headed into our solar system, I think we should probably be aware of that, or at least be watching it.
I agree. I mean, do you know how large Long Island is?
No, I'm sure we can find out pretty quick. Do you know?
The fact that when you go to Queens or New York City or Brooklyn, the figures change a little bit, but you can fit about 8 million people into an area the size of Long Island.
Yeah.
This thing is much larger than that. So 10 million people, right? Come on. It's
I think they said like the size of Manhattan at first is like what it is. And yeah, you're right. Millions of people. So millions of beings could be in that, if it's a ship. Here's the thing. This is what I thought of. I'm like, okay, what makes sense? This could be if you've ever seen like those on movies where they have those ships that are kind of restocking points, right? So maybe they have millions of those floating around space, and these are like places where you could dock off and replenish and do things like that. Maybe it's something simple as that, but still, maybe it just, you have to think about it.
So the consensus right now on Manhattan is 1.69 million. Like, you can look it up. Anybody can look that up. But the theoretical maximum number of people who could fit in Manhattan varies. And this varies by different experts. It depends on how they're situated, whether they're in condos that are 100 stories high, whatever. It could be as high as 590 million and as low as 200 or 2.6 million. And I did that research within the last 45 minutes. But they say 10 million versus when it comes to how much CO2 is coming off this particular object, 10 million. And in Manhattan can technically house 590 million, depending on how like literally everybody's standing next to each other and 100 stories high. Like it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But I mean, a population about 4 million is more attainable. And so I don't know. Question for all. And we're going to start with Dave Scott's beautiful left ear and beautiful hair. What if it's not a comet?
I think that's something that needs to be discussed.
Rob?
The one thing I love about Avi Loeb, can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. The one thing I love about Avi Loeb is he's conducting, in my opinion, I know there's a lot of opinion on whether or not he's good for the UFO community. But the one thing I love about him is the fact that he's not afraid to go against the grain to say, hey, fellow scientists and Neil deGrasse Tyson, let's take a serious look here and let's not judge a book by its cover just because we don't want to admit that it could be. A lot of science, as I've said before on the air, has become about opinion. Avi Loeb is conducting science. He's not saying it's a UFO. He believes it's probably a comet, but on the flip side, at least he's putting his butt on the line and saying, we don't know what it is, and we need to find out what it is. So let's not eliminate possibilities before we actually have a clue. And look, I think it's a comet, but what if it's not? And I think that can't be eliminated from the discussion until we know.
Correct. That's very good.
Yeah. I mean, and there's two sides to that. I agree with what Dave just said. Avi Loeb putting himself on the line, I think has to be done because we can't assume, let's take a step back. So all scientists, even the ones that don't believe that extraterrestrials are currently visiting, they at least admit that there is likely life out there. So when you have astronomers looking at in the way that they just look at the stars and they see if something is moving against the background. So that's just the beginning. So we can't assume that everything we see moving is going to be a rock, even though the likelihood is based on how much rock is out there that's what it is. But we can't just give it 100% because we know there's life out there. So it could be life coming inbound, and it's coming in at a I think he said on the ecliptical plane. Correct. I think is what he said. Yeah, within 5%. So he said it's just a lot of things that are strange and unlikely about this object. He said something this big. If we're looking at something this big that is a comet coming in, he said we should have found like 40 or 50 smaller objects the size of a Muamua or the second object before we come across a rock this big. So it's just a lot of things pointing to why you probably should at least open up your mind. Now, the flip side, though, is that even though Avi Loeb is putting himself on the line, you're going to have people in the community that if this turns out to just be a comet, they're going to say, see, look, Avi Loeb keeps saying, these are extraterrestrials. A Muamua was an extraterrestrial. Now 3i Atlas is extraterrestrial. So they're going to stop listening to him. You're going to have people in the community. They're going to be upset with him coming out and putting himself on the line like that. But I think it's responsible because we can't assume that everything out there is a rock.
I kind of agree with that. I'm getting a little bit of overfeeds from something that's going on, a radio station or something.
Oh, that's Mrs. SOR talking.
Oh, hey, Mrs. SOR, we love you and thank you so much for your contribution and giving us Dave Scott. He's a beautiful, wonderful man, and we love every second of him. And you're amazing for letting us have him.
Oh, you are so welcome. I kind of like him.
He's kind of cool.
All right.
I really appreciate the fact that you are his center. You are his soul. You also keep his pocketbook in your purse. And the fact that you allow him to entertain the masses and you give him to us and you share your time with him, with us. So for that, I'm eternally grateful because you give up your time with your man to us. And I can never repay you for that.
Uh-huh.
And by the way, you're better looking than he is.
Well, I wouldn't
all day.
I would say we're on equal plane.
Equal plane? Come on, man. Did you see your son? He doesn't
it's
take
all her, man.
I'm going to say he's good looking and he takes after your woman.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, good job, Mrs. Scott.
That's Dave's better half. His better
She's
half.
freaking out. She's freaking out like now because she didn't know we were live. Like, oh my God, what is going on? You just don't put me on there, you asshole.
It's awesome.
Dave
So,
did that.
I gotta say a little bit of something to what you just said, Rob. So you know what the Fermi paradox is. So for anybody that's not familiar with that, there's a contradiction between the high probability of extraterrestrial intelligence, I guess, existing, and the fact that there's a lack of evidence for it. And am I saying that right, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, I think the question was, where is everybody? And then we get something like this, or as one of the subscribers and also one of the people in the chat said, Oumuamua could have been a probe. Well, the cool thing about Oumuamua was it was on the same plane. It went through our solar system and then accelerated out, and it didn't accelerate when it just passed the sun or when it was off gassing. So when you get close to the sun, that's when you get your off gassing, and then it will accelerate from there on out. But it actually did it later in its exit orbit out of our solar system, and then it accelerated. Now that acceleration was minor, but we did see it. And then you have 2i Borzov, or however you say it, and then now we have 3i Atlas coming in. And now the 2i Borzov was 100%. We scientifically said, okay, this is an asteroid or a comet, and now we have 3i Atlas. Not everything we see in the universe is going to be filled or teeming with life. I mean, we have a lot of news going on, which we're going to do a show on soon about what's going on with Mars and other things. But who's to say that these things they already might be here? Rob.
Yes, that goes more to the reason why we have to really think about this, right? Because it isn't like we aren't being visited right now. We know we're being visited, and so this could be in relation to some of the things that are currently visiting. This could be the backup. This could be the incoming thing that they are, the reason why they haven't disclosed to us is because they're waiting for this thing to come through. I like where Filth went with this, talking about Voyager, because that's something that I don't think a lot of people understand. And Voyager 1 and 2, which have actually left the solar system. They're in interstellar space right now. They've been traveling since one was launched in 1976. The second one was launched in 1977. So we're talking about 50 years, essentially, that these things have been traveling out in space, going at I think 38,000 miles per second, something crazy like that. 50 years at that speed, infinite space, and is still out there going, and is still sending minimal things back to us. So who's to say something hasn't seen that out there? And then let's not even talk about that. So we know about those things. What about if we consider a secret space program where they've been launching other things that we don't know about, and they've been trying to reach out in ways that we haven't been told about yet? They could have actually reached someone using some other form of technology accidentally, and then here they come. Now they're on their way in.
So I got to agree with that, because Voyager 1, as of May 2025, is 15.6 billion miles away from Earth. Billion miles.
That's like driving across Ontario.
Yeah. It is going 38,000 miles per hour. And yes, that was from 1977. Yep. Voyager 1 is from 1977, and it's still going, and it's going to go forever until until enough space debris coalesce around it, and it turns into a Oumuamua or whatever, and it's going to pass by some of our solar system. I mean, yes, I agree with that whole. Oh gosh, look at that sexy man right there.
Get a new studio set up.
That's awesome. But I got to tell you this. So another thing Phil said, trajectory is key as well. So they definitely, if they were to come across Voyager 1 or 2, they would definitely know what the origin point of that was. We know how to do it. They definitely know how to do it.
Oh, of
So
course.
there's so many different things. We've been transmitting radio waves out into space for 100 years now. There's just so many different reasons why you should anticipate this potentially having a chance of being extraterrestrial. The other guys have already got here. They're here now, and you just don't know what this thing is. So I tell people it's better to be prepared than not prepared. And that's kind of what Avi Loeb is saying here. Just be prepared.
Yeah. And
you never know.
It's just a warning. So here's the deal, though. And before I get to JMJ12's question or statement, we use scientific mechanical devices. We go to Radio Shack, we build an antenna array, we produce radio signals. They're very mechanical. Okay. So we see these things in our space and time right now, whether it be the 2004 Nimitz Tic Tac and Go Fast and Gimbal to these weird squid things that are running around, or, are they listening to our radio waves? Is that something that they're actually hearing, or are they so far advanced that wasn't even something they came across? Because we hear a lot of people like Grant Cameron, everything's in your brain. It's all
connected.
It's all connected, but we are doing it digitally. I don't know how
they can tune in. I think they can tune in. And even if it isn't on our normal radio frequencies, if they aren't using that, they have some way where they are able to monitor us and they know what's going on. They're not oblivious. They're here and they know somehow what it is that we have going on. Here's one thing I want to point to, because I listen to all the statements everyone makes out there in the community, and Ross Coulthard within the last 5-6 months, and it's always like Ross Coulthard said, he's one of the guys that said this. He said that he was, by information he was given or told behind the scenes, that he has these people he spoke to had the feeling that we were on borrowed time. Now that was something that concerned me. I'm still hung up on Lou Elizondo with the somber statement. And then when I see this 3-eye atlas even being considered to be some huge alien ship potentially coming in, then it makes me think about those statements. Why are we on borrowed time? Is this what he means by when he says this? Or whoever told him that, are they talking about something that they have seen incoming that lets us know that it's imminent and it's only a matter of time?
Well, the 2027. So, Dave, go ahead.
I just want to react to Rob because I think he brings up a really good point. But one thing we also can't forget is that if you believe Dr. Stephen Greer and others came out and said, expect a false flag UFO and expect the fact that there is a false flag coming on an alien invasion, and this could be to shut down the world again. I mean, we could go down that conspiracy road very easily, but I've talked to a number of people just like you heard, Rob. Sorry, I'm pointing up here because this is where my screen is.
Point that way.
But who've said, look, these guys have seen some pretty nasty things and they don't want it to get out of the public because it will absolutely screw the conception of what the public thinks of everything regarding this topic. And from what I've heard from talking to people is it does get into the religious aspect of everything, whether that's God, whether that's consciousness or whatever you want to call it, it seems to just kind of get into all of that. And they don't want to scare people into thinking that this is some religious government zealot who's trying to push people back towards biblical times. And I mean, we don't want to end up like one of those groups that's, partying like it's 1499. So, I mean, you look at that and you think, well, what if this is something to do with that? What if it is a false flag? What if this is a bunch of fear mongering? So I mean, there's so many angles, Rob, that we have to look at as public figures of this topic. And when they're not giving information, it's something that you need to get into, man.
I freaking
Think
love
about
you, Dave.
this. Think about this, Dave. 6 months ago, 7, 8 months ago, we just had the drone incursion over New Jersey, and that's been going. So think about that, how that was unresolved essentially. And I always go back to talking about 5 times where I feel like extraterrestrials may have been reaching out to humanity for contact. And I go back to the UFOs over DC. I go to the Phoenix Lights. I go to Aerial School. I go to Westall School. And then I go to the New Jersey drone incursion, where it's like, okay, for 2 months, and a lot of people agree that there's at least a portion of what we saw that was anomalous. If you have something anomalous in your skies for 2 months straight, like clockwork, for everyone to see, if that was a contact moment, could it be related to what we have incoming now? Could it be like hey, X, Y, and Z, and then now we have the cavalry coming in at this point to who knows at this point. So that it's just other things that I think about that I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Why did we have that? And then, okay, 6 months later, we have something that Avi Loeb is, and it could just be him in whatever's going on in his mind. But just even theorizing the fact that this might be an alien ship coming right off of the drone incursion, are they related? And then if they are, that should probably open your eyes up to, and maybe heighten the percentage of chance of what this thing might be. So I would be paying attention to it. I wouldn't just brush it off for a lot of people that are, oh, it's a comet. They said it's a comet, so it's a comet, and I'm going to move on. I don't know if that's the wise way to go, but we'll see.
I think another topic we need to talk about, guys, Grant, I don't mean to change topics. You're kind of running the show here, but have you guys been following the story about Skywatcher recently?
So there's a lot of drama going on there, and I've been just waiting for it to settle out before I start questioning what's going on. Skywatcher promised a whole lot, and then at the same time didn't deliver. And I just kind of backed off the scene a little bit just so I could see what's going on there. So give us your thoughts, Dave.
Well, I think it's very interesting that they've shut down all of their science right now. For people who don't know, they have shut this down.
Correct.
Now, I have zero source into this, okay? Yes, Science Bob is an assistant with them, okay? But I haven't really hit him up on that. I don't think that's fair for me to try and use him like that. But in talking to other people about this right now, they are in trouble. One of their top guys, James Fowler, just left for another company to go work for a drone company, and he apparently took all of his technology with him. Yeah. And I think what's happened here, boys, if I was to give a surmise, I can't even speak tonight. Sorry.
A surmise?
I was going to say surmising. I wanted to say
in the
surmise.
Foyer?
It's not a foyer. It's a foyer, damn it. Let's not even get into that right now. Okay. But if I was to surmise what was going on, I think what happened is the government got them. They went hard after, they had money, okay, from private investment. And I think that they were pushing for government contracts to kind of take over the UFO side. And I think all of these NDAs that they were supposed to sign, I think it caught them. And I think that they are trying right now to figure out a way to get around that. But let's remember, guys, there's a couple things that I pointed out early on about Skywatcher. And that was that they were making the exact same mistakes as To the Stars Academy.
I agree with that.
And one of those mistakes was excluding your biggest fans, your biggest supporters, ufology. Now, where TTSA screwed up that Skywatcher didn't was that TTSA actually decided that they were going to beg for money. Let's be honest, they begged for money.
Yeah.
And then as they were begging for money from the people who were supporting them, the UFO community, they said, well, we don't want anything to do with you. And it turned the UFO community right against them. And I have had many sources tell me that that was admittedly their biggest mistake. They bit the hand that fed them, $5 million. And Skywatcher doesn't have that issue because they do have private funding. But what they were working on was allegedly potential government contracts and the NDAs, and that's where it's gone sideways from what I'm hearing. Now, I don't know if the financier pulled out of this. I don't know if it's something different, but it is something definitely to pay attention to.
I agree.
It would be
Rob?
something. It would be something to, and just speaking to that is James Fowler. So just like you said, he has all the equipment. He has everything they need for field investigations, and that's what they ceased. They still are doing what they're doing, but they ceased the field investigations because James Fowler left. Now you'd have to wonder if James Fowler was targeted by someone. Maybe his family's threatened. Maybe they could see that he's the guy with the equipment. So if you take him out the equation, then you have disabled that whole movement. And I've been a fan of Skywatcher from the beginning, only because of I like the way that they immediately set standards for categorizing these classes, these 9 classes of shapes. I think that's a great place to start, is to see what we have in the sky and then catalog information under each of those categories. I think they were onto something, and I think because of that, they may have been targeted. And hopefully they can still at least do something with the data that they already have. I know they're still a group; they haven't disbanded, but they just initially they stated that they stopped field investigations. So I don't know. I guess we'll see where that goes. You have to look at it like this: when you have, if we started a Skywatcher, just us sitting here right now, once you get to a certain status, it's almost like a celebrity, like a singer or rock star, right? You're at a concert, you have all these fans that know you personally on some level, but you don't know any of them. So to have one of them walk up to you during a show, you don't know who this person is. So I think misinformation or disinformation, if I were the government, I would come in from the UFO community side, because it's easier to disguise yourself and to affect something. So that might be a reason why they shut off this part of the community, because it's the easiest way for disinformation agents to get in. You know what I mean? And that's kind of how I look at it. I don't know. What do you think, Grant?
I think that the disinformation is part of the community. I think it's very easy to get into us, because all you have to do is create something, whether it be a podcast on Spotify or wherever you're at, and you can just sit there and talk crap and be like, dude, look at this. This is just a comet, guys, or this is just this, and this is just that. Yeah. And when it comes to Tom DeLonge, I just went to one of his shows. I had to hear it for myself. He was playing in Portland, Oregon, and I drove up there with my wife and 2 other of my wife's friends, and I literally sat there and told my wife he was going to sit there and say aliens are real. And he gets on stage. The first thing he says in the mic is, UFOs are real. He didn't say aliens, but he said UFOs. And I was like, I told you. Like, if you want to do disinformation, this is, gosh, everybody talks about this, whether it's Spaced Out Radio or Grant Cameron or Area 52 or 1,000 other different podcasts or shows or radio shows, whether it be Jimmy or any of them, including Billy Carson talks about this. It's so easy to get into this. Now we have people that have been in multiple 3-letter agencies they're now coming out who are said, oh no, these things are real, but they were the ones that were trying to sit there and tell certain people in our community about, oh no, this isn't what you've seen, and they were lying about it. And now you have all these particular entities coming into our scene saying, who we knew were part of those 3-letter agencies, who are lying about it, you know, spreading disinformation and everything else, saying, hey, all of a sudden they're on board. What?
I mean, look at it from our end. Look at it as host of shows that, you know, it did on our end. So we bring on people all the time that we don't know if are telling the truth or not, right? Sometimes, right? So that's a level, that's a element of disinformation and misinformation right there, just from people that are in the community embellishing for whatever reason they're embellishing.
Correct.
And so you would know, because of that, and because we're susceptible to that, it'd be very easy for a government official or disinformation agent to kind of step in and blend in with the community and then cause all kind of chaos from the inside. That would be the way to go. And that's probably what's happening. And that's why I don't blame like a Skywatcher or a group like that from kind of disconnecting or not putting the UFO community first, because there is no way to vet everyone within the community. It's hard for us to do so as hosts. So if you are curating data on behalf of moving the needle, I just don't see how you could lean into someone that you don't know is telling you the truth or not as your source of data or information.
So
that's the problem.
Let me ask you a question, Dave. Ross Coulthart talks about dog whistle and electromechanical dog whistle. It was used by Skywatcher to bring in or attract UAPs and UFOs. So we just got done talking about Skywatcher, and when it comes to the dog whistle, do you fully believe that they have that technology?
Can I be blunt?
Absolutely.
You don't need it.
I don't think you do either.
You don't need it. Yes. You don't need it. What they have been able to figure out is they can use their brains and consciousness in order to do it. It's exactly what I've been saying for 10 years on this show, is that
damn it, I love you.
They do not need the dog whistle. Now, from what I'm hearing, the dog whistle was successful.
Was it really electromechanical? Like
I don't know. That I don't know. Okay. I don't talk a lot of tech because I'm not a scientist. I don't understand tech very well.
Yeah,
okay. But I can tell you this, the dog whistle did work, but they don't need it. And I think you're going to see them put and this is just my theory. I think you're going to see them put the dog whistle on the back burner, and you're going to see them concentrate more on the consciousness aspect and trying to control the consciousness of this, because I believe they are having more success with that.
So here's what I'm gathering. You have Grant Cameron on one side, who has always been talking about the consciousness aspect of it. And then you have Hal Puthoff on the other side, who was talking about the what do you call it? The visions, or what is it called that Hal Puthoff does, where they can see
remote view,
which is also part of consciousness. And there was another gentleman that was just on air recently, the first remote viewer. McGonagall. Anyways, yes, and he even said in an interview recently that he's basically, what they think or theorize is you're seeing somebody else's memory, which is consciousness, and consciousness has to do with all of what we're seeing.
Yeah. Why do you think Stephen Greer is charging $3,500 a weekend or $2,500 a weekend to do
Hold
this?
On. Had to vomit.
Right?
That's ridiculous.
No, but seriously.
That's what's going on. I thought it was more than that, actually.
It could be at times. Somebody's got to pay for Demi Lovato.
She's hot, but hey, I mean, hey.
She is. But here's the thing with that, right? Dog Whistle, I talked to Josh Rutledge, and he pointed me to where you could actually download the file for yourself. It's out there for everybody to download, and it says a sound bank that is, I guess this is what the Dog Whistle is. My whole feeling is if psionics was 100%, and also the Dog Whistle was 100%, like they make it seem, we would have full disclosure at this point. Because you'd call them in. You could call them in at any time. You got the Dog Whistle. They said it works all the time, essentially, is what they said. Then, yeah, we'd have disclosure at this point. Say, I don't lean. The psionics kind of throws me off a little bit. I do believe that you could consciously connect, but I don't know that it's a 100% thing like they're trying to make it seem. And because if it was, why wouldn't they use that to show the world that what the what's going on here? I just don't see a reason why. That's the easiest way to get to disclosure. So why wouldn't you take that path? I don't know that it works the way that they say that it works.
Dave, I got to ask you this question. Rob, that is so sensible. Like, if it works that well, then Dave, why would we not use that, or Skywatch should give that to people in order for us to use it?
Money.
Oh shit.
Well, apparently they did give it to us, though. The file apparently comes from them. I can't remember where Josh Rutledge has hosted it from his own site, so he got it from somewhere where Skywatcher, I guess, released it to the public, and then he downloaded a copy, and he's hosting it himself. So he knows where to get it. I just never went to download it, but so they did share it. But it's if it was what it was, then whoever has the file would be able to summon UFOs at any given moment, which means we would have disclosure. So it's like, it can't work in the way that they're saying it works, because we would be where we need to be if that was the case, and we're not. So what is it? Something's got to give. What is it?
I just looked up Josh Rutledge Dog Whistle file. Didn't find crap.
Yeah, he has it. I don't know where it might be on his Mystic Journeys website. He said,
does
but
have it. He's told me that.
Yeah, he's hosting it.
If I may interject for 1 second.
No.
All right. Well, sorry, Dave. I don't eat Nanaimo bars. So anyways, real quick here. If they go out and say, hey, yeah, all this alien stuff is true and weird things are weird, then the things that are innate to Earth or natural to Earth, like Sasquatch and ghosts and all that stuff, maybe they do, maybe they don't. They must know something about that, and then at least that opens up another gigantic can of worms for them to say, hey, yeah, there's aliens. Then why can't they tell you that there's dogmen or weird hybrid creatures or Sasquatch or fairies and gnomes, elves, gnomes, and Eskimos and things like that live in the forests and the woods and the frozen wastelands of the world? So if the people that run the world and the people you're talking about with all these secrets and everything come out and say, yeah, there's aliens, and they have to also sort of tell you that, yeah, there's other weird things in the world that we never really readily understood, or that wasn't a commonplace thing. Ghosts are real, yeah, sure, okay, yeah, your grandpa and grandma maybe haunt you or whatever. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. That may be a thing. They're going to have to admit a lot more. And then if they say, yes, there's aliens, and it always goes back to the Roswell thing, right? If something crashed there and they picked up some bodies and some aliens are coming back, like, hey, we want our buddies. They crashed on your planet in a street racing accident, Carl Stanton and Allen. I mean, why couldn't you figure your stuff out? And there's always going to be something, right? Like, if they open one can of worms, you can't just open an entire package of worms. Like, it all spurts out. If you ever opened a pack of fishing gear, then Anyways, I'm just saying, if you open up one secret, all the other secrets have to come out. And so aliens are one secret. And from aliens, you get the consciousness, the Grant Cameron guys, the orbs, jellyfish, UFOs, everything, maybe the rods, whatever, all those things. Like, where do the people that tell us how your existence is on a normal Monday to Friday type thing exist? Like, currently, you go to work Monday to Friday. Friday, you get your chicken wings at the end of the day. Everybody's happy. But if you say, hey, there's aliens and there's all this technology, why shouldn't, it's a can of worms, and it's not nice worms. Anyways, just filthy thoughts that I'm thinking about.
That was brilliant. It was brilliant.
I love it. Hey, and by the way, I'm sorry to cut you off, Rob. I just invited Josh Rutledge to join our show, and we'll see if he actually joins in. I doubt he will, but
yeah, he's on the East Coast, but maybe he will, because hopefully he will, because he has a file he can tell her. Oh, is he? Oh, that's right. Yeah. He is in Arizona. Yeah. Hopefully but I know he does like his game nights on the weekend, like that.
I sent him a link, and if he joins, it'll be great, and then we can just sit there and ask him questions all night long.
Well, here's the thing, right? So disclosure, when we say disclosure comes from us, and I've said this even before Skywatcher, I've said this, and I still want to organize this, but we should be able to take all the top CE5 specialists that we have in our community, get them together, and summon craft like there's no tomorrow. We should be able to do that. That's one thing for sure we should be able to do, if it is what we say it is, if it is what CE5 specialists say it is. They say they can summon craft at any time. Okay, let's do that then, because that's how you bring in disclosure. That's how we do that from our community. Well, we don't have to worry about the government. We don't have to worry about Skywatcher, because we have people right here with us that can summon craft. So we should be able to do that. Also, you have channelers. So we should be able to get CE5 specialists and channelers together in one group. They alone should be able to bring disclosure for the world. And if they can't, that is a problem for me, because, a lot of CE5 specialists make it seem like it's a thing that they are excellent in doing. So if they can do that, then why not do it in front of the world, so we can just get this thing over with, get disclosure here, and just do what we have to do. If we do that, the government can no longer deny what it is. If we could summon a craft, that verifies Roswell immediately, because craft in the sky means that craft could potentially crash, which gives you Roswell. So a lot of things open up just from people in our community flexing their abilities. And I'm just wondering why we haven't done it yet. And then how can we do it? So to kind of move this thing forward.
Well, I think maybe SOR needs to kind of not join Skywatcher, but maybe do our own research and figure out if you have the PDF file or whatever it is, and we can build this particular mechanical interface that brings them in, then let's do it.
Why not?
I'll do it. If I can figure out how to build the tech. It's like, I'm not the best solderer in the world, but I understand computers. So I mean, if I can do it, I'll try.
Well, I got somebody that I know that helped when Tim Senor and Tom King and Terry Hall went on their venture using the UFO DAP, which supposedly detects anomalies. That tech is there. So I know people who have it. So if we needed to bring them in, they would come in for sure and kind of join this. And I'm like, that's what we need to do. If the catchphrase is disclosure comes from us, disclosure comes from the community, and I believe it does. So why not lean on the people that can bring these things in and just make this thing happen? Like, what are we waiting for?
Dave,
I think the problem, if I may, is anytime someone provides quote unquote proof or whatever, something to show to the rest of the world. The rest of the world goes, well, that's not true. That's garbage, and that was an airplane. It was like the Kentucky Goblin guys back like 5-7 years ago or whatever. They did their little show, and it was like, oh, here's some footprints. And everyone's like, nope, nobody cares. And then you had the Bledsoe guys, and they showed their orb videos, and everyone's like, nope, doesn't count. And then you had the Tic Tacs, and they're like, no, that's an anomaly. And then you had the jellyfish, and it was a bird poop on a screen. And
Yeah.
everything that comes up, there's always an excuse. I mean,
here's how you
it's the same
combat
thing.
that.
Go ahead.
Here's how you
Sorry.
combat that, Phil. You just you have the scientific methods on site to analyze the data live, like in the moment. You don't just have you have your CE5 specialists, you have your channelers, and then you have the scientists that are, you know, crunching the numbers and the data. You have them there, so they could actually be the ones to apply the scientific method to what it is that happened. And then that's why we need all of us to kind of get through this. We have people within the community that are quote unquote scientists that are applying the scientific method that aren't, you know, paid for by the government. So we have that within our community. We also have the channelers within our community. We have the CE5 specialists within our community. We have everything. And so we can make this moment happen, and we could have data to take to the bank at the end of it. So but I do understand, yeah, if we just use CE5 and we use channelers and we don't have any scientific method applied, then yes, that would be the answer, Phil. I totally agree. But if we have the scientists able to capture that data as it comes in and then process it, then we're on to something. And it's like, if we know disclosure comes from us, these are the things we have to do in our community in order to move that needle to get to that point, or else we're just sitting around spinning, you know, flipping our thumbs and doing just things
drawing
that aren't getting us
cartoons.
to where theoretically, right? That's kind of what we're doing. And it's like, what's the answer? How do we get to the answer? If it comes from the community, what are the steps we need to take to make that happen? And this is what we need to do. CE5 specialists will tell you, we interview one right now. They will tell you they channel all the time. Craft come all the time. Okay, great. Let's get like 5 of those together, top 5. Okay, now let's get these channelers. Channelers say they channel all the time. Let's get the top 5 channelers. They're all in our community. We interview them all the time. We talk to them all the time. Let's get those people together and let's make the event happen. Then we have like a Tom King who does sky watching. We have grassroots guys in the science area. They could take this data. We have it all. What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? We're just having conversations. What are we doing to actually move forward when we know disclosure will only comes from within the community?
Disclosure has already happened. All we're doing now is the anecdotal evidence with so many people that are witnesses, so many people that have many encounters, whether it be 1, 2, 3, 4th kind. It doesn't matter what kind of encounter it is. All we're doing now is one foot in front of the other and trying to gather as many people together as we can that we can open their eyes to the truth. Where are they coming from? We don't know. Where are they at right now? We don't know. Are they spiritual? Are they dimensional? Are they physical? Are they, the list goes on. But the biggest thing that we need to figure out right now is when was it, Dave, when there was the photos of UFOs over the White House? What year was that? Back in
1952.
52. Thank
July,
you. Yep. And so we already have proof that this is happening. All we need to do now, our biggest job that we're here now is it Oumuamua being a space probe? Is it 3i Atlas being something that is housing 10 million plus individuals on board? Is it under our oceans? Where do people need us to go? And where do we need to go as investigators in order to find out the truth? That is our biggest dilemma, because we have anecdotal evidence. I'm an experiencer. Dave's an experiencer. Filth, are you an experiencer?
No, I've never had any weird experiences or anything. I'm just plain normal. I draw cartoons. That's it.
You're an experiencer because you met me. By the way, we kissed, so you're mine. Anyways, Mr. Rob G, are you an experiencer?
Totally. My
Exactly.
first UFO experience was 47 objects, broad daylight, no clouds in the sky, sun at high noon, 108 degrees, August 28th, 2022. I watched 47 objects in a ball. So here's the thing. There's if anybody remembers, there was a longbow 280 video, which was the Border Patrol. They were like on a landing strip, and on their gun cameras, they were seeing these objects that were kind of like doing this across the sky. That's what the objects that I saw were doing. They were in a ball. They were kind of just zipping in and out. I thought they were birds. My girl called. I told my girl, I think those are birds. She was like, no, I don't know. They're shining. And so I stood there for a minute, and I'm like, wow, okay, I do see them shining. I went and got my camera, came back. I watched these things fly right overhead. Spherical, oblong shaped, round white things. I don't even know what to call them, with these little black pipe things sticking out, and they were flying like they were alive, dude. So I know the phenomenon is real. And they all disappeared into complete in thin air. So I know the phenomenon is real. It's about what's controlling these things. I don't think there were aliens inside the things I saw. I think they were probes, if anything. And I think most of what we see out there are probes of some sort, like extraterrestrial drones. That's why when the government makes statements like these are just drones or these are adversarial, I kind of try to read between the lines on that, because if I'm in the press and I'm there while they're making a statement, my next question is, okay, you say they're drones, are they extraterrestrial drones? And those questions have never been asked. So they could be telling you that these are drones. They could be telling you they're extraterrestrial drones, but you're not asking the question, and the press never does. And the other thing is that, if we don't know, I think, okay, most of these things are drones. The orbs, all these things are drones. And that would lean more into, where's the mothership? Some people talk about coming outside and seeing a huge triangle in the sky above their neighborhood. Like, I've never seen that, but I think that does exist. And is this 3-Eye Atlas thing coming in? Is it that? Isn't it an example of that? The things that people talk about, these motherships that they see in the sky. I'm still waiting to see one. I don't know if I ever will. But I keep looking up. Every time I go outside at night, the first thing I do is I look up, I look all around the sky, and then I go ahead and do what I need to do. But I'm anticipating the day that I see something like that.
So I agree with that in so many different ways. Every day, not during the daytime. There's only been a few times during the daytime that I've seen something interesting. Usually it's during night, because there's a juxtaposition between lights in the sky and the darkness of the sky, because the sun's on the other side of the earth. The biggest thing that I've seen in daylight, which was actually interesting, this is a few years ago, I think 3 now, when I went down to Carlsbad, California for Legoland. And I brought all my kids, and I don't want to bring the pictures out or anything, but going through Sacramento. Now, I've lived in Northern California for many years. I don't live there now, but I do know that when you go down to California or Sacramento, California, there's a lot of planes. There's an international airport there, just like there is in many parts of California. But my son and I had my daughter on my left in the back passenger. My son was in the middle. My youngest son was on the right. My wife was next to me in the passenger seat, and I was driving. And I'm seeing all these planes and everything, but there was this bullet-shaped object that was light blue, but kind of white in the sky, like you would see one of the SpaceX flights go off, and how it does that miraculous. All of a sudden, now nothing's just plumes of smoke. Now you see these weird auras and these weird plumes come
Yep.
out of these things. But I'm seeing this, and it's not bright at one end and really dim at the other. The whole thing just looks like a bullet, kind of like you would see a I don't know, like a Full Metal Jacket, but a little bit wider, like a 45 bullet. And it was just a lighter blue in the sky. And my son's like, "What is that, Dad?" And I'm like, "I'm watching it." And I'm like, "I have no idea." We literally at the same time went, "Whoa," a few minutes later, because it went from being there to gone. First time I've ever seen one in daylight. Then on top of that, I've seen multiple craft. I have multiple stories, especially one down in Shasta County at Shasta Lake, where I actually tried to get to this object that was hovering right over a mountain. I knew the fire roads that were getting there. And when I got there, some extremely strange stuff happened. If you guys want to see this, I did an interview with Dave Scott way back in the day. Looked that up, and it was, Grant Baker, whatever. You guys can listen to that whole interview. I don't want to go through it all, but my whole point of this is we see these things, and many of us are experiencers, but we can't explain what the heck happened. And we're getting to the point now where we're starting to realize, including Congress, that this is more than just nuts and bolts. This is something that is going to the point of where we might be in a holographic universe or a multi-dimensional universe. If we see it, I mean, it's getting crazy. It's like a video game. I don't even know where to take it anymore. The only thing I can do is just witness what's going on, listen to other people's experiences, see what's going on. Dave, he's constantly going out looking for stuff, whether it be Sasquatch or UFOs and aliens, and he's got plenty of stories. And he has proof. Everybody's starting to gather his proof. I mean, I got this iPhone right here. It sucks.
Let me stop you there for a quick second.
Go ahead.
Okay, because I don't want to say, I don't want this to sound insultive, but we found no proof.
That's true.
We found more things we cannot explain than we have anything to do with proof. And I think, and
You're right.
not, this has nothing to do with this conversation, but I think the proof and evidence gets thrown around. The only thing that we have been able to understand in our investigation is that come dusk, that's when shit gets weird. We have no proof of what's happening because we can't replicate anything. We have evidence, okay? We have evidence of weird shit happening, but we have no proof. That's big difference.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I'm not like, don't take
No,
it as
you're
I'm
right.
scolding.
You're right.
Scolding you.
No, you're right though. I never looked at it that way, and that's a good point. It is not proof. We're just having more evidence that something's going on, and we don't have proof of it. So, Dave, in all the investigations and all the times you've been out in your Jeep and all these things that you've been witnessing, what's your feeling on this?
It's all tied together. Everything's tied together.
Like Sasquatch, UFOs, everything. Consciousness.
The one thing about Flight 21, if I could use that for an example here, is we never know what's going to happen. There is no pattern of things happening. Like, give you an example. When we were out with we took my dad out this past Saturday. You guys will actually see my dad on film with us. Okay. We had nothing happen. We had nothing until dusk. And it was like the phenomena knew that my dad is in, he's not in the best of health, but he wanted to see something. And thankfully we found him a footprint. Okay. A fresh footprint in the moss. But it was like the phenomena took it easy on him. When we were there with Merle and Lee the week before, it was getting intense to the point where I believe Lee and excuse me, Timmy had a very close encounter. And when I look at that aspect of it all, I think, okay, then I look at the times when Lolly and I went out alone and we had the tree knocking, or the time when we were being lured into the forest with, yeah, thanks, buddy. When we were being lured into the forest by something odd. Now, I want to believe that was either a skinwalker or a Wendigo. Feels like it. The energy felt like it. But we have no proof, right? And so when you have all of these phenomena happening in one location, it really convinces you that it is all tied together. It's not just, oh, the aliens and UFOs saying, oh, look, there's some ghosts and Bigfoot hanging out down there. Let's go join the party. It's not what it's like. You just don't know what's going to happen. And that's why, when you get these skeptics out there who are like, we need proof, we need evidence, we need this, we need that. How the fuck are you going to get it? Pardon my language, but how are you going to get it when you can't replicate it?
Well, that's what scientists are all about. I'm married to one, and if she doesn't have a control in a situation that she can prove the difference of, they don't believe in it.
Like Pat Leal says in the chat room, recorded on camera. Unfortunately, that means nothing now out in the field, because for every great video that's out there, there's about 1,000 people tearing that video apart immediately. And with AI and CGI being as advanced as they are now, I wouldn't trust video evidence. No offense to those who took it. It would have to be somebody I trust, like Rob or Grant or Filthy or other people I have in the field. I'd trust something from Science Bob. Dr. Michael Masters, I would trust. Okay. But if it's one of these shady UFO characters, or if it's one of the so-called government people, why am I going to trust that?
Very true. I mean, what is it going to take if we actually have video proof of UFOs landing on the White House lawn, which everybody uses? It's a cliche now.
Okay.
Are people going to believe it?
But let's go back to 3-Eye Atlas for a second. Look how beautiful those pictures that the James Webb Telescope has put out until the bullshit today with the pixelation. Why would you even show us the pixelation? What are you hiding in that photo that you had to pixelate it so it looks like a big gloop of 1983 Pac-Man on the Atari 2600? Why would you need to do that? What are you hiding? Okay, NASA, and look, everybody knows my feeling on NASA being a bunch of, I hate the word liar. I really hate that word, but NASA is lying through their teeth through this whole subject, making us look like fools. Okay. And then they go after, oh, look at these clear photos that James Webb Telescope has got us on everything. Look how great this is. We spent billions of dollars to make this work. And look at the photos we're getting. We're capturing things we'd never seen before. And that's wonderful. Then you put up this bullshit.
There it is.
Yeah. That right there. And I think what they were doing here was just showing the CO2 output. But either way, you can never, if you have to depend on the NASA's telescopes to give you the data, they're going to give you what they want you to get. So that's why we go back to the community. If we have all these powers within this community, James Webb tell it doesn't matter. None of the NASA stuff matters. None of the Congress, what they have to say or what they're doing or not doing, none of that matters. If we have the ability in the community to bring these things out and show them to the world, then we should be doing that. We're just not doing it, and that's a problem that I have. Quit talking about it. Let's be about it. What are you doing to get closer to the answers? What are we doing? And there's too many people that walk around this community claiming they have the ability to call these things in at will. And I want to believe that, but then I need you to do it. I need you to do it because as a whole of humanity, we need those answers. So you having that ability and then keeping it to yourself is selfish, for one, because not a lot of people know how to do this. So if you can do this and you do this all the time, then you need it. It is incumbent on you to step forward for the community and do this in a way that gets us closer to exposing this to the world. And if you're not doing it, then you're just doing a bunch of talking. And that's what I don't like in this community is a bunch of conversations that don't get us anywhere. Like, you talk all day about psionics and how you can do this. Well, freaking do it, dude. Do it. If you can channel these ETs at any given time and have these conversations back and forth, well, guess what? We need you to do that right now. Because if with all that set aside, the world is on a path where we're going to self-destruct at any moment here. And if you have the ability to do something to help avoid that, it is on you to do it, and you should be doing it. That's why I don't believe in I understand the personal disclosure thing, but I also don't. I feel like it's selfish to have that outlook when if you see things all the time, and I know people that have never seen anything. They're in their 60s, 70s, never seen anything. They know it's real. They want to have the experience. They have to live that experience vicariously through you, a person that has experiences all the time. So it's incumbent on you, if you had 20, 30 experiences, to capture data on this for the rest of the people, or to do what you can to bring this forward. And the people that don't do that, they talk the talk, but when it comes down to let's make this happen, it's like, whoa, it's a personal disclosure, and it's personal for me. Oh, then get out the conversation then. Keep your personal disclosure over in that corner over there and quit bringing it on the national stage where everyone else is depending on your data. You know what I mean? That's what bugs me. That's what bugs me. We should be able to do it, and we're not doing it.
That was quite the activism speech right there. I'm going to give you a few.
Dave, I'm sorry, man. It bugs me to no end because I take everyone's word at face value unless you can tell that they're embellishing. Otherwise, I've talked to people that I know are coming from a place of realism and telling the truth and what it is they're saying. So I want to give you that. And so that means I need you to call on that ability that you have to bring disclosure. We're all trying to get to the answer. That's everyone's goal. So it's like, what are we doing to get there? Yeah, it's not. It's one of those situations. I know Grant had to step out for a moment, but that's why I do this. I don't do this. The conversations are cool, and I'm cool with having the conversations, but I want to get to the answers, man. I want to get to the answers. And spending time waiting for Congress to have another hearing. Yeah, I did a show just on my channel earlier tonight talking about UFO crash retrievals and why are we even waiting for the next hearing? Are we going to have people from the United States Air Force at that hearing? Those are the people that have been silent. Those are the people that are housing these government contractors on their military, on the Air Force base, on their installations. They have direct knowledge, obviously, of what they're doing and what's going on. They're hand in hand. So if the hearings aren't going to bring forth someone from the United States Air Force to finally say something, or somebody from Lockheed Skunk Works to come out and say something, then what are we doing? Because Congress has already talked to David Grush. Congress has already talked to Jake Barber and Lou Elizondo and numerous other people who have told them where to find the objects. They've given them addresses. They've given them names. What is Congress doing with the information? Why do they feel like they don't have enough information to take the next step and go start knocking on doors? They have all the information. So it feels to me like they are just, kind of stringing us along the same way the government is. They never really, I don't think Congress has the intention on really getting to the answer, because they have everything they need to go find out and they're not doing it. So what do we do with that? I did a show about contractors in Plant 42, which is in Palmdale, about 60 miles from where I live. And I'm going to go down there. There's some people who have gone down there. You can get right outside the gate. I'm going to do a show from out there, because if that's where they're housing the stuff and that's where they're reverse engineering, then maybe the community needs to put pressure directly on those contractors in order to start shaking things up, because I don't know that Congress is doing that. So if they're not doing it, if they're not reaching out and knocking on doors, it's up to us to do it. And if we're not going to do that, then we need to call on our CE5 specialists and our channelers to go ahead and bring disclosure in, because we can't keep just spinning our wheels on this thing. We're supposed to be moving forward step by step by step by step. And so if we're not doing that, then what are we doing? It makes me mad, man. I get upset.
I can tell you're almost breaking a fucking sweat there, buddy.
Dude, it really bugs me, man. And here's the thing. I've started turning this way because within the community, there's a lot of giving people passes and benefit of the doubt. And there's not people from within our community self-policing the community and trying to do things to kind of get all the wheat and the chaff, separate the wheat from the chaff, right? They're not doing that in the community. We need more people look or talk, when we talk to these people, being more skeptical about what it is that you say. Do you we got to do that? We got to self-police our own community. And it's something I'm very impassioned about. If we do something that doesn't move us forward, then what are we doing? You know what I mean? It's like, this isn't a game. We're not doing this to just have fun or have a fun place to be. We're having these conversations for our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren to set them up for success as far as the moment that we're in and having the ability to affect how their future goes. This is a real thing that we're doing right here. There's no games. And that's why I come at it like this, because I'm really looking at it from that aspect. I really care about, getting through this catastrophic disclosure so that we can, whatever world comes after that, we already have set up for the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren. That's what we're doing right now. We may not see the benefits of it within our lifetime. We may miss the boat on that, but our grandchildren will see the work that we did. And it's got to be work that's moving us forward. It has to be.
My hat's off to you, my man.
Man, thank you.
That was good. That was good.
It's real. Now I gotta go pour a drink. I'll be right back.
Oh. Oh, so I did do something while I was gone, and it wasn't going to pour a drink. Well, I lied. I did pour a drink, but I'm
going to bed. I love you guys.
I love you too, my man. Good night, Bruderschaft.
Show us your ankle before you leave.
Oh, I got to see the ankle. I would love to see the chest.
Good night, Phil.
Show us an ankle, Filthy.
Ankle.
He's thinking about it. He's probably untying his shoes right now.
Oh, I guarantee it. I'd love to see his chest hair, though. If one day I'm allowed to put the picture, and you know the picture, Dave, up there, there's a reason why Dirty Filth is my Bruderschaft. He is my yin to my yang. I love him to death. Oh.
Where is he?
So, I don't know. I will admit.
Did he forget to log off again?
Maybe. That's all right. I will admit, though, while I was off air, there he goes, just for a second, I did send an invite to a very particular person who has a very interesting outlook on Three Eye Atlas. And I doubt he's awake right now, but if he is the one and only guy who is from Harvard that might have some interesting outlooks on it. But if he doesn't accept it, it's fine. I don't care.
Very nice.
Mr.
I'm getting tired.
Well, you've been working your butt off all day, man. Oh, there's Rob G. All right. So
yeah, I'm good.
Real quick, my man, what kind of drink did you pour yourself?
I just did a straight vodka, man, because I needed to go straight to where it needs to go to.
Oh, I was thinking liquid IV.
I'm just going straight there. I'm just going straight there, man.
By
Good
the way,
Lord.
I'll be back now, you selfish pricks. I'll be back.
So real quick, just to let everybody know, Super Chats is always open and a great way to support everything that we do here. We do this for free, but it's not for free for us to put this on. So realistically, everything that you guys do for us, go to our website, spacedoutradio.com. Check out our swag at spacedoutradio.com/shop. And we don't have ugly swag. We don't. And I stole this shirt. I got the green one, the army green one. But you ready? Rob G, check this out.
Let's see it.
All right. Oh, let me move there we go.
Hey, is that Blob?
Yes,
With some aliens?
With some aliens. He's taking a
That's
selfie.
what's up.
Yeah.
I love it. That's on the shop. Can't hear you.
This one I got from last week's show. Lee Strauss was actually wearing a different color version of the shirt, and I saw it right before we went on air, and I said, dude, I need that fucking shirt, dude. I need that shirt right now. And he's like, okay, here's where you find it. And I went and got it. And so for anybody that wants to get the Cat and Alien shirt, it is on Amazon, believe it or not, for about $20, 19 something. And I immediately ordered it. And in fact, I'll tell you what it's called because it's one of the best. Oh my goodness. It is called, and it was delivered August 5th or 25th, but it is called, it's by Threadwear Alien Cat UFO t-shirt, classic fit, round neck, black adult, but I bought the green one. So for anybody, of course, it's not going to see the writing. Whatever. But it is on Amazon. It's $19.99. And so I got an idea for some swag that we need to create. But yeah, it'll be great. All right. So here we go.
Okay, great. I'm glad you brought that up.
I believe disclosure confirmation will happen when the powers that be have locked in whatever it is before the world's nations claims about their restructuring of their government, etc. What do you think about that, Rob?
Here's my thoughts. So I always say, even though we know the government isn't going to bring disclosure, because we just know that because it's been 80 years, they haven't done it. So my whole thought was, okay, the government is, when we look at the government, it's a machine, it's a unit. But that machine is made up of individual human beings that when they're away from their job and they're with their family, they have compassion for family and loved ones. And I'm sure for human beings as well that they deal with in daily life. So I would hope that the government takes all the hints that we're giving them and allowing them to bring disclosure. They can do it tomorrow. They can do it today. You still have, and I'll tell you this again, to any government officials, any 3-letter agencies out there, you guys have the ability to save face still, even though you've lied for all this time and about a bunch of stuff. The amnesty thing, I think we should do for sure, because we need those people to tap in with their compassion for for human beings in order to make that judgment to come out and say something. So, if we are going to if the government thinks that they're going to be part of this equation post disclosure, well, they need to do something and come clean right now, because I think if human beings, we all sat together, we would not agree with the way things currently are run by the powers that be. We wouldn't want war. You look at, okay, we would battle against another country. Those are the powers that be fighting against each other. The citizens, if we were all together, we wouldn't be warring. We'd be loving each other, right? As human beings, that's what we would be doing. So I don't know that we could go forward with this current model of government structure that we have and be successful in the long term for human beings. So I think there has to be something that changes there. But that takes me back to the reason why we are doing what we're doing right now is to set up a situation where we as human beings come together and figure out where we want to go once disclosure actually comes. This is what we're doing literally right now. So it's not forget aliens are here, disclosure moment. What about after disclosure? What happens after the announcement comes to the world? What are we set up to do then? That's what we're supposed to be sitting down, figuring out as human beings. The government, I keep saying, you can be part of this conversation too. We will allow you to come to the table, but things are going to have to be different. It's not going to have to, we can't go forward the same way that we're going. So if you want to maintain government structure above the people, if we want to allow you to do that, because we're allowing you to do what you're doing now, if we want to allow you to be part of the equation, you still have time to step in and save face for yourself and regain some credibility and trust from the people. And it just shows day after day, month after month that they understand that, but they won't do it. So I don't know that the current government structure or powers to be structure exists after disclosure. How do you feel about that? That's how I feel about it.
Dave Scott, here's to you. Yeah, I saw that.
Cheers.
Cheers. Do you, Dave, remember when After Hours would do the drinking game, the secret drinking game?
Yep.
It's called Sus. And anytime anybody in the show would say sus, we would have our tea.
Mm-mm.
That was a long time ago.
You don't want me drinking on there, and that's why I don't, because yeah, it could get crazy, and I don't want it to go there. I mean, because it could get really. I like having conversations that are deep and kind of. You might not be okay with everything we're saying, but it's real, right? So if I drunk on top of that, boy,
Rob, are you going to show your boobs or what? I mean, let's just get to it.
I'm gonna show my boobs. I want to see. I got real boobs, man. I don't want to show my boobs.
I'll show my pea shooters.
Oh man,
that's all you get.
Yeah,
Cheers, Tim Mothman. Tim, my man. Good seeing you, my friend.
Tim Mothman and his goatee.
I love him. Oh,
two separate entities.
So here's the deal, people. When we have our fan parties, which are usually in Vegas, because they are kind of, here's the deal. Dave has a birthday. Believe it or not.
Dave was born?
He was born 29 years ago.
Born to be alive. Born to be alive.
Yep. And born 28 years ago. Sorry, Dave.
Nice.
He was born 28 years ago, and he is sexy as shit. And then he goes to Vegas, and then he kind of uses Vegas for his birthday / fan party / let's talk about UFOs, UAPs, aliens, and everything in between.
By the way, 2026, it was decided it will be my birthday weekend.
No shit. I'm going.
Which is what? Forgive me. What day is that, Dave? May?
May. It'll be the May. Let me check the schedule here. Hold on.
All I know is when I first met Dave, I was like, dude, that is one sexy son of a bitch.
It'll be the 22nd, 23rd, 24th of May.
Perfect.
All right. I'm going to make sure I'm in the gym, man, so I can come out swole and buff like Grantavious Maxx.
Oh,
I'm
not
flexing my guns.
I'm swole, but I'm not buff. I'm swole. Hey, I got a mini keg going on, man. I paid a lot of money for this. Oh my gosh. So anybody that's in the chats, we have 194 of you right now that are watching live on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. If you are not a part of Spaced Out Radio, please like, join, subscribe, whatever your heart desires. We also have the Social Dig with Mr. Rob G. He's also on After Hours on our weekend. Dave Scott is also live 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. That's this guy right there.
That dude.
Right there. Yeah, the sexy one. And yes, please join us because we are literally on a plane of investigation. We talk about everything from Sasquatch, paranormal, UFOs, UAPs, and the Congress, what they're talking about. By the way, Grant might be sick coming up on the new Congress hearings, the congressional hearings when it comes to UAPs, and you guys might be able to see it live. Dave, is that true?
I think it's going to be true.
I think it's going to be true as well. And by the way, if you want to watch this uninterrupted, come to Space Out Radio and we will show you everything that the Congress has to say when it comes to UAPs and the interviews that ensue in that conversation there. Rob, go ahead.
I will say if it's live, we'll be streaming it live right here on Space Out Radio, so make sure you don't miss that. Also, as I do the spiel every time, like right now, you are catching a special show right now. This is out of the normal what we're doing here tonight, and that's because Dave is off for the week. But normally, Dave Scott is here Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. Pacific until midnight, running the Woo train. You got Grantavious Maxx, the guy to my left, the guy over there, running the show Wednesdays, 8 p.m. Pacific. You have with Lee Strauss, you got Lee Strauss and Tim James also doing Element 115 Fridays at 8 p.m. Pacific. You got Dirty Filth with Cryptic Cartoons Saturdays at 2 p.m. Pacific. You got myself, Mr. Rob G, doing the After Hours radio show Saturdays and Sundays, 8 p.m. Pacific until 11 p.m. And the reason why I say all that is to tell you that it's 7 days a week. You can come right here and get your entertainment. So if you have not subscribed already, we would appreciate you considering hitting that subscribe button. And while we're here right now, if you look right below the screen, there is a thumbs up, thumbs down button. Hit one or the other. It doesn't matter. Just let us know what you thought about the show. That way YouTube can say, hey, let's show this to other people and we get the message out there. We can't do the segregated in this community is not going to get us to where we need to go. We need everyone to get in on the conversation, and we would love to have you guys sharing this with friends and family out there. Post it to your socials. Do whatever you have to do to kind of help us move the needle. So we'd appreciate that. That's my spiel.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. Oh my goodness. So one last visit to 3i Atlas. Rob,
dude, I just hope it doesn't hit the planet. If it's a comet, hope it doesn't come anywhere near the planet. It'd be a beautiful thing to see because now that we know about it ahead of time, we're going to have a lot of different things pointing and looking at it. So we should get a spectacular show at the very least with the natural phenomena coming through our solar system, or we're about to witness extraterrestrial presence visiting close and maybe stopping by to say hello.
There was a show that I just watched recently, or listened to, I'm sorry, that it wouldn't take much energy for this to grab a planet or even the sun, the gravitational pull, where it could grab that and then reverse engines, so to speak, and then slow down enough to grab a satellite type, you know.
That would be why.
Oh, Dave figured something out. And but to grab some type of orbit around one of our planets, it's probably not going to be ours. It could be the sun, it could be Jupiter, it could be Mars, it could be wherever it's going. And it wouldn't take much for it to stop and start circling that planet. Now, here's the deal. This object is traveling at thousands of kilometers an hour or a minute. I think it was 60 kilometers a minute or 61, something like that, or a second. This thing is traveling wickedly fast. But if it was to utilize the sun's gravitational pull and swing it around, because it's going to be on the other side of the sun from us, and then when it goes through Jupiter and Mars and whatever, it could actually just reverse engines, bam. If we were to see this thing get trapped, so to speak, by another planet's gravitational field or pull, that would almost be 100% evidence that this thing is sentient, or there's a type of somebody's controlling it. What do you think, Dave?
I hope so.
Oh,
I hope so. Give us some action here. Like, stop, like, tweak our nipples a little bit. Get us excited about this project. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's the fireball talking, but nonetheless, that's right there. That's right.
There you go.
You know, we're gonna have to cut that out and put that out as a short, YouTube short. That's gonna be beautiful.
Sorry. Should I cut holes? Oh.
You know, but seriously though, I mean, you can't rule it out until we actually know. When it gets to the closest point of where we are here, we won't know. We won't know at all.
True. Yeah. And the people that think that it's ridiculous to even go down that thought path, you got to understand that most people agree across the board that there's intelligent life out there. Just a lot of people don't believe that it's visiting us currently. So to see something incoming from the outside, just think if we never had anything visit us here, and this is the first thing we're seeing coming from outside the solar system, you'd still have to think about it. Like, what is this? What is this coming in at a different angle? Why is it doing that? So it's an exercise, I think, for most scientists and astrologers out there, astrophysicists, to at least think about it being something different. Like, at least take your mind there. Don't make it be 100% a comet or an asteroid, because that's what you're used to seeing. Mm-hmm. Open your mind up to what else it could be. And maybe it is, and maybe it isn't. We'll find out, and we'll go from there.
So there is a Woo Rider DG question. Dave, when Science Bob said Jake Barber was a government plant in ufology, how'd that make you feel? Thoughts?
Wasn't shocked at all. You know, I mean, but you got to realize, I mean, there's plenty of government plants out there. How deep was he? Right. And that's part of the problem that we're having here, is we don't know. We don't know really what is happening. Okay, we don't know the status of these people. They're not breaking it out for us. All we can do is surmise. That's it. And it's frustrating. And this is where, like, I get frustrated, like Rob. You know, like, Rob always says, you know, I want the truth. If these guys aren't coming out and telling us where the truth is, we'll never get truth. It's not about the podcasters. It's not about the YouTubers or anything like that. These people who sit there and say they know the truth, we have to know we have to be able to trust the resume. There's a group out there who's questioned Jake Barber. There's a group out there that's questioned a lot of these people, especially if they have military time, right? And we don't know. And Fireball's kicking in. So
there you go. Well, realistically, I mean,
be
there's
right back.
go ahead. There's a lot of people that question. Somebody is that's been around for years, like Lou Elizondo. Rob, Lou Elizondo showed a picture of somebody had sent him the day that he went in front of Congress, and he presented this picture but he didn't say it was real. It wasn't vetted. But at the same time, it was a lighter crop circle not a crop circle. I can't say that, but I mean, technically it is because of the way crops are watered, and one that's darker, and it looked like a object hovering over a field, and everybody found it and said, hey, this is what it is. And he has since said, like, look, man, like, I can't vet everything. I'm only one guy. There's going to be somebody out there that's going to present evidence that is 100% real, and people that are presenting evidence that they don't know. And until, like, here's the question. Let me just forego everything else. What is it going to take in your mind for everybody to get on board? Is it going to take a Hollywood movie like, you name it, Independence Day, where we all see the damn ships in the sky? Or, what's that one, District 9, where they have one district in Los Angeles that has all these aliens in it? What is it going to take for us to actually know that this is Fast Hemi? Hello to you as well. That this is real.
It's going to take that one moment when humanity realizes that we shouldn't be segregated, that we are supposed to be all together. That once that happens, that as long as we stay segregated, because even in this community, and this is another problem that I have, we're all trying to get to the truth, but we're in our separate little, corners trying to get to the truth, but we can't do that without everybody coming together. So first of all, I think all the shows, all the hosts need to come together, bring their audiences together, maybe once a month. And I've said this for the last 3 years. We should do this like once a month, where all the hosts get together on one show, and we bring all our audiences in together, and we have these conversations, because we have to. You have somebody saying something over here. You have somebody saying something over here. It's not really aligning. Some of it is, a lot of it isn't. And we need to have that unified message coming together. Now, to go into the movie piece, Steven Spielberg is currently producing a movie. The working title is called Disclosure. We know what the effects of his Close Encounters of the Third Kind was to the UFO world. It depicted, even today, 50 years later. If you watch it now, it's everything that you see happening currently. I think Steven Spielberg, the only reason that he's going back to the subject is because he sees the moment that we're in, and he has an idea on how to artistically kind of reach a broader audience on the topic. So I'm looking forward to what that brings, and I think that's going to help. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, Steven Spielberg got a lot of that information from people
Jacques
that he
Vallée.
knew. Oh, yes, it is Jacques Vallée. And
Dr. J. Allen Hynek.
Thank you. I was going to say, but I love you, man. You speak my mind for me, and I love it. The biggest thing is when that film came out, and he got all that information. They're like, oh, you're spot on. These things are, besides, the guy building, Devil's Mountain out of potato or mashed potatoes and stuff, a lot of that was based on what the government knew at that time. If that is the truth, and these things are based on true historic facts that have happened to us, holy shit. Like, that is wild. And keep going. Like, what is it going to take?
Well, see, they didn't ask film director Joe Blow to do something like this. They asked one of the top guys in this field that could really portray the message to the people, translate it to the people. They picked the Steven Spielberg, which is the perfect guy. They also, I feel like, have now brought in a Jordan Peele for whatever reason. And I'll tell this story because I feel like, when Nope came out and Nope was being promoted to the world, it seemed like another nuts and bolts sort of UFO story. Okay, UFO craft, the alien beings getting out the craft, these grays, they showed these guys in a mask, which we thought were grays leading up to the movie. Turned out that it took a whole nother turn. I tell a story about how I went to the movie theater to watch it, and I'm sitting in the theater as the credits are rolling, and I'm like, whoa, because I expected something different. And I'm just wondering, like, how would you go so far off of what we know this to be and depict the craft as something that's alive itself and is in the sky? And then I started, but by the time I walked to the car, I got up from that seat as the credits rolled. I'm walking to the car contemplating, like, do I like this? Why would he do it? And then it clicked, and it was like, it was brilliant. Because when I look at my UFO sighting, the things I saw, as I said earlier tonight, seem like they were alive. You have one of the guys that Stephen Greer brought out, I can't remember his name, but he talked about working in the Mojave Desert and then going off base with his wife, driving down this road and seeing this craft in the middle of the road, just sitting there. They get out the car. He goes up to it and he kind of rubs his hand on it, and it feels like a cat's tongue or like shark skin, like sandpaper, and that it purred is what he said. But there's a lot of different things after I thought about this, like, whoa, they're depicting these things as being alive. Who told Jordan Peele to do that? Because that's such a gamble when you're doing something like this for the first time and you choose to take an angle that is so far from what is normally known in this community to be the case with these extraterrestrials. I feel like somebody told you that or gave you that information. And then we have to add to that, Jordan Peele was set his studio scheduled 2 movies for him to be released in 2024 that haven't come out yet. So I'm under the impression that this year or maybe next year, Jordan Peele does the follow-up to the movie Nope and adds more context to, I guess, whatever he's been told. Then you have Steven Spielberg stepping in with this disclosure film, which they're currently filming right now. They show clips from it. Yep. You could find images online, and they have the actors in place. And I'm just wondering if this is one of those things that kind of help push this across the line, like Close Encounters of the Third Kind did in its time.
It could. What do you think about Age of Disclosure? So Joe Rogan talks about Age of Disclosure a lot. Excuse me. And this is something that none of us have seen yet. It was at some kind of
South by Southwest.
The South by Southwest, yes, over in Texas, and not Antonio, but where was it at? Austin, Texas.
Austin, yeah.
Yep. And so Age of Disclosure was supposed to be one of those. I mean, we had people like Hal Puthoff and all the way up to Chris Mellon, maybe, I think, was in there.
Yeah, Jay Stratton.
Jay Stratton was in there.
And the clip of him saying, do you remember what he said?
I don't.
It was something along the lines of, and it may be the way they edited what his statement was, but he basically stated that he had essentially firsthand contact with extraterrestrials, that he had the firsthand contact. That's initially what he said, paraphrasing in the clip they showed from Age of Disclosure. And it's weird that it has not been released yet. They were premiering it at South by Southwest, and it was supposed to come out right after that. So why hasn't it?
A lot of statements show that they're waiting on the I hate to say this, but money. So they're waiting on the highest bidder to be able to buy it
for the streaming services.
Exactly, like Netflix, YouTube, whoever it is. It doesn't matter. That's what they're waiting on, is somebody to foot the bill in order to stream it to the masses. And a lot of people say it lost its time, where we've gotten past a age of disclosure because of everything that's happened.
Yeah.
Do you believe that's true?
I could agree with that. I've been waiting for it. I'm not really. It's not on my list right now. If it comes out and it's good and it has good information, great. But they had the hype. They had Jay Stratton making that statement.
Mm-hmm.
I still feel like, when I first saw it, that maybe they edited it in a way to where his statement seemed more than it was. I would like to know what he said right before that, and then what he said right after that. We don't get that. And maybe that's the reason why they haven't dropped it, because a lot of the way that they edited the promo doesn't live up to what the actual film is. That's kind of what I feel about it. And so it's like, okay, if you want to put disclosure behind a paywall, I'm not going to wait for that. Right. Because disclosure shouldn't be behind any paywall.
I agree.
It should be available to all of us.
I believe that wholeheartedly. Woo Riders DG, Rob GZ. Why has the Bob Lazar film been delayed for so long? Any info on when it will be released? And this is a man that lives less than 15 minutes from me.
Who? Oh yeah, Bob Lazar. Yeah.
No, I actually. What's funny is when I saw him a while back, I had parked my truck, and so I live in Klamath Falls. I don't give a shit if anybody knows where I live, but I live in Klamath Falls, Oregon, and Bob Lazar lives in Rocky Point. But don't try to find his house; that's a big area. But he owns a shop less than 7 minutes from me, and he comes walking by my truck in front of it. And I was just getting out. I'm like, "Hey, Bob, what are you doing, dude?" And great guy, by the way, super nice, awesome dude. So, why has the Bob Lazar film been delayed for so long in your mind?
In my mind, I've been reaching out to Luigi Venditelli, who's the director of the film. I interviewed him initially when it was scheduled to come out 6 months after the interview. It got delayed. It's been delayed like a whole year. And if you heard what he was saying, this is a 3-level thing that they're doing here. It's a film which they have recreated in 3D to the specs to what Bob Lazar has said is exactly what he experienced walking through S4. So it's going to have the movie, they're going to have the VR experience, and then there's a third level of it too. And I think it's because it's so complex. It could literally be just the VR part of it that is delaying the film. But I know that Luigi has agreed to come back on the show once this works itself out. And I feel I think if it had been released already, it would be wasted, essentially. I don't think it's time for it to come out yet. I would want to see maybe the Steven Spielberg movie to come out first. I wouldn't mind if they delayed it another year, because I think Bob Lazar is the key to the puzzle. A lot of people don't believe what he said, but I think that we're going to find out that he was right about a lot of stuff.
The thing about Bob Lazar and the story that he had, so he's the reason why I came out with, what happened to me. Okay. And I even told him that. I said, "Hey, dude, you're the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing." So I even thanked him for everything he's doing for this, what we're doing here, disclosure. And he said, "Thank you," shook my hand and asked my name, and, really nice guy. But here's the deal. Bob Lazar has never changed his story.
Right.
There were certain instances where he's been filmed and saying, and been, there was a video that I saw where he's like, some guy's like, "Hey, I want you to look at this picture." And he gave this piece of paper to Bob Lazar, and there was the handprint machine. He's like, "Oh my God, dude, I didn't think I'd ever seen one of these." He recognized it immediately.
Yep.
When it comes to Bob Lazar, I believe every single stinking thing he's ever said. Period. He's never changed it. He's never glorified it. I mean, the day I walked by the shop and the back door was open, the little green bike with the jet engine on the back, I seen that personally. Like, I'm dead serious. It's here in my town right now. the bike with the jet engine. It's here. I've seen it. And it's one of those things where this is a man that doesn't want to be in the spotlight. And I believe and this is my honest opinion, everything he's ever said is actually true. We have back engineering programs. We have the technology. We've had it for a long time. The power that powers these craft is not known to us. So we have gotten, and you look at Matthew Brown, he's talked about this as well, where we have a in superior, or we've been able to figure it out, but we're powering it, and it's taking a lot for us to figure out how to power it, but we figured out how to do it. And it's not just element 115 56 Bel Air. We're using what we have technology wise today, and it is inferior. It's insufficient to being able to go to the far reaches of our universe. We can probably go to Mars relatively quickly. We can probably do whatever we want within this galaxy, but I don't think we can reach other galaxies at the moment. But Bob Lazar is one of those individuals. When you meet him, he is very demure, open, friendly, but he does not give you the feeling that he is hiding something or being, he's forthcoming. And the way I feel it is he's not lying, so to speak. So yeah, I would love to see his movie, but I think we're ready for more. I think us as a whole, planetary wise, we're ready for more.
Think about Bob Lazar. Here's what you do. So, and I always look back to our good friend Jim Goodall for this one, because Jim Goodall knows Bob Lazar, knew him before him coming out in 1989. But he also knew Ben Rich, who was president of Skunk Works, and we know Ben Rich came out in 92, 93, somewhere in there, talking about we have the tech to take ET home. So, okay, when I talk to Jim Goodall, we talk about that because Jim always brings that up, that he said that to him. But he also agrees that he knows Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar isn't lying about anything that he said. So here's what I do, because if you simply look at the Ben Rich statement, as a lot of people look at it, saying essentially we've reverse engineered the tech to take ET home. I don't know that that's what it means. He simply said we have the tech. So Bob Lazar, if we want to make both of these things true, what Bob Lazar said, and then also the Ben Rich statement, which to make them both align with each other, because essentially if Ben Rich says we reverse engineered the tech and we have the tech take ET home, then that must mean that Bob Lazar is lying about 3 or 4 years earlier when he came out saying, I worked on the craft and we hadn't figured it out yet. So in order to make those two not conflict, what makes the most sense is taking Bob Lazar's statement at face value and then looking at the Ben Rich statement that we have the tech to take ET home and saying, what does that really mean? Does it mean we reverse engineered it, or does it simply mean that we have retrieved the tech to take ET home? Now, if we retrieve the tech to take ET home, that would validate Bob Lazar's story, but it would validate Bob Lazar's story as well from what he said, and it would make both things true. So it would be more likely that Ben Rich's statement saying we have the tech to take ET home means that we retrieved the tech. We have it. We didn't reverse engineer it, but we have it. And if we could operate this, we could take ET home. That makes a lot of sense. That aligns with Bob Lazar's story, and then also aligns with Lukatsky in 2016 saying that we just breached the hull of a UFO in 2016. It would make sense. It would make sense at one time. So
I
yeah.
get that they say if we have the technology to bring ET home, that means we've got a hold of that technology, but we might not understand it.
I think that's the case. Yeah.
But at the same time, the way he said is like, the way I've read it was, or even listened to it, was like, we have the technology to take ET home. It's
like we built it.
We built it. And Fast Sammy, Bob Lazar also has United Nuclear, which is actually currently on 8th Street. And so if you look up Klamath Falls, Oregon, and go on 8th Street, United Nuclear is right across from, it's not a Safeway anymore. It's Holiday Market, and you can see his building. Yes. And that's 7 minutes from me right now. But literally, the way I look at it is, I believe that we today, and now when Ross Coulthart says the Tic Tac video in 2004 was Skunkworks, Lockheed Skunkworks, that's a hard pill for me to swallow a little bit. But if we've had the technology to take ET home from the 50s or 60s or 70s, then that kind of makes it make sense, even though Ross Coulthart did say, okay, I think, or I have knowledge that this might be true, because he kind of swerved away from that a little bit. I think we actually have a lot more technology than meets the eye. I know a lot of military people because I live next to a military base, and they're like, oh yeah, you should see these new phones that we got. They can reach all the way around the world instantaneous, and they run off AA batteries, and they last for 6 months. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Like, why don't you use them? Well, we have a warehouse or warehouses full of all this old tech that we have to get through because they're just handing it out as we break them. And so we have these 1950s phones that we got to break enough of in order to get the 1960s phones that we got to lose, break, or they go bad. And they're just trying to play catch up. And that's what I've been told. And I'm like, okay, well then, so what's the new stuff that you have? And they're like, dude, it is incredible, but we're not allowed to use it until we get through the warehouses full of crap that we're using from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and even 80s. And it's just like, and
here's what I like to say about that. Here's what I like to say about that, because I think this is important. When we talk about people coming out from the government, any whistleblowers, to state if we have reverse engineered things or not, the people that have come out says we have not reverse engineered things. The idea that we have reverse engineered things comes from people who just think that human beings can do everything. So because we have smart minds and we have the ability, so you could be as smart as you want to, but if you don't have the elements or materials to reproduce what they brought over here from another star system, you're not going to be able to reverse engineer that. So if they have some stuff called, I don't know, make a name up for a particular metal that they have.
Unobtainium.
They're unobtainium. Love it. If they have unobtainium and we don't have that on this planet, we cannot reverse engineer their product. We can do something close to it. And the way I like to point at it is like, if you had Martians bringing us Martian lasagna, and one of their ingredients was Martian cheese that came from a different source than our cheese, we could never replicate that. We could try and we could make something that maybe looks like that, but it isn't what it is. And I don't think that's why I'm so against the fact that we reverse engineered something at this point, because if they brought something exotic here, how can you reproduce an element you don't have available on planet Earth or anywhere near where we're at to be able to reverse engineer that? There's
true.
definitely exotic elements there, and there's a good likelihood that those elements don't exist on Earth. So how could some people at Lockheed Skunk Works, with the materials we have on Earth, recreate that? I think they can make something that looks like it, because I saw somebody make a cyber truck out of wood, right? But it's not a cyber truck, but it looks like one, right? But that's the same thought process. Like, if we get down to the elements, we don't have the elements that they are bringing from this other planet. So likelihood of reverse engineering is very low, and that leans into what Bob Lazar said. They bring this out every 10 years to see if we have
the technology
exactly to address it now, and we don't, and we put it back away for another 10 years and we bring it back out. Lukatsky said in 2016, if you're going to believe the Lazar story, that we still haven't figured it out even in 2016. So where is the evidence that we have reverse engineered anything? Where is it coming from? It's just coming from people that believe we're so smart that we have to have the ability to do it because we're smart. But if you don't have the elements, you can't make Martian lasagna.
or the bantha steak from Tatooine.
There you go.
Or
just,
just to throw one more wrench in there, what if there is a relationship between governments and these alien species where the aliens are helping them reverse engineer it?
They would be doing it for war, and I think they would clearly understand that if they're just observant of what it is. So would you talk to the people that have these nuclear facilities that you keep trying to tell them to shut down? Would you give them anything? Would you give them any sort of advantage or anything that would make them a threat more than what they currently already are? Would you give them a new delivery system for that nuclear missile? I don't know. I don't think that you would.
It all depends on the relationship. Let's go down that hypothetical road for a minute. If there is a relationship there, it doesn't mean that all aliens are bad. Maybe they are helping. Now, granted, you are correct 100% that they're going to try and weaponize it before we, as the public, get any sort of juice from this. But on the flip side, if they aren't working with aliens, it doesn't mean that we haven't figured out just through clues and other craft that we may have recovered that we haven't been able to put two and two together.
Okay, explain that a little bit more.
Buddy, you're asking way too much tonight.
Now, let's get down to it, Dave. Let's get down to it, because
what I'm trying to say, and it's not working out very well, and I blame the fireball for it. Okay, is that if by chance there is a relationship with any extraterrestrial species, maybe they have donated craft, maybe they have helped reverse engineer the craft that we are looking at right now. So if that's happened, then we would be able to gain that technology. Obviously, they are going to weaponize it. I think you're 100% correct on that.
Absolutely.
Right? But do they have the ability to say they're the tall whites? Do they have the ability to take a Lyran craft or an Anunnaki craft to reverse engineer it? Who knows? But maybe they have provided some sort of technology that helps us do that. We don't know.
So they would give us the technology, but do nothing more. I don't see how that works. I don't see how you just give a civilization that you see is constantly at war. They know who our military guys are. They know that we have submarines because they're underwater also. They know we have all these military assets. They seem focused on our nuclear installations. The idea is behind that they want us to get rid of nukes. If that's true, there is no scenario where they hand over any more advanced tech to us until we do something that they want us to do, like get rid of nukes, which we're not going to do period, unless we're forced to do so. So logically, there isn't any part
but
that makes it seem like they would.
Is the conversation that simple, though? I don't think it is.
I don't think so either.
Well, why would they
I think
show up and give us tech? To explain that part.
Well, the thing is you're overlaying human characteristics over what they're doing. We're at war with each other, no matter who it is. Like, I get mad at a guy that cuts me off. Countries get mad at other countries that do other things. We're always at war, but they're trying to give us technology, like whether it be fiber optics or Velcro, which we've all heard in the past, ancient past.
Velcro's Canadian. Don't take Velcro away from us, man.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that, Dave.
Just like hockey. Rob loves hockey.
Oh, I do. I love it. It's the greatest.
The Sharks.
It's air hockey. If it includes air.
I think the Sharks is the last game I ever watched. And that was when I was.
Yeah, me too. It's been a while.
My teens. Yeah, it's been over 30 years. Anyways, so
why would they give you tech why would they give you, if they're coming here and they see that you're a volatile species and you have something like a nuclear weapon, which I think a nuclear weapon, if we had to battle aliens and we had the ability to strike them with nuclear weapons, it'd probably be good night for whoever we hit with those nuclear weapons. Why would they give us a better delivery system in order to combat them? If they see us fighting each other, they know we're going to fight them. So why would they give us weapons to fight them?
Because they're not. They have the ability, which we've seen in the past, to shut down our nuclear facilities. That's them basically showing a card. It's not an ace up their sleeve. They have the ability to shut us down. So nuclear weapons to them, I mean, it depends on how you look at it.
It doesn't scare them. It doesn't scare them.
Not at all.
Okay.
And so they're just kind of like, hey, guys, you're just infants in a sandbox that we're trying to get you out of the sandbox and to grow up a little bit. And
it's that saying of fuck around and find out.
Exactly.
Okay, look at this. Let me show you this. There's a tribe. There's a few uncontacted tribes technically on the planet. One of them are the North Sentinelese, which are right off India, I believe. And they've been marooned on that island for 70,000 years. Almost straight African tribe there on that island. If you get anywhere near the shore, they will approach you with arrows. And obviously arrows can only go so far. Would you, as an advanced like we are, would you go and take them guns? If they're exhibiting that sort of behavior, would you say, hey, here's a bunch of guns, guys. You guys can hunt your, make it easier to hunt and do all, or would you think they would use those guns instead of arrows for people that came to the shore? It's common sense, I think.
Yeah, but look,
if you arm human beings, if you give them an advantage, they will use it for the bad, the worst.
What are we doing right now? The people that are on those islands have bows and arrows and sticks and whatever. Just like the Native Americans, we used bows and arrows and flint, or not even flint, obsidian. If you give somebody a smaller, slight edge on technology, they're going to use it. Just like what we're doing right now. We have nuclear weapons, and you have the Aborigines with their bows and arrows and obsidian or rocks. That's just the way that the humans work. But then when you get somebody that is non-human intelligence, they look at something completely different. They're saying, okay, everything that you have, that was our ancient history. We know how to combat that. No big deal. I will give you a gun. I will give you a nuclear weapon. But what's interesting about nuclear weapons is the fact that they show the ability not only to shut them down, but then you have things like the aerial school. When the aliens landed at the aerial school and the kids all got to talk to these other beings, and they're like, hey guys, stop the nuclear bullshit. It's literally something that's ruining your planet. they're not concerned about combating nuclear. They're just like, dude, this is ruining what you're doing and your livelihoods and how long you're going to last. That's all they seem to be at that point to be concerned about. Not that they're concerned about, is nuclear going to hurt us as them? You know what I mean? So they probably got something that's way, way more advanced than what we can ever do. And they're not giving us any of that.
Yeah, here's how I look at it, in just a different way to look at aerial school. The message they were given is that technology is bad. So let's take that. Let's take that phrase. Technology is bad. That could mean that nuclear weapons are bad, and they show up at our nuclear station. So that would make sense that would be the message. But look at it like this: technology is bad. Just think on a human level, and I'll go kind of more into this, but on a human level, technology takes us further and further away from our natural state as natural beings. So to make things easier, right, to be able to find information at the drop of a dime, to not have to go through extra steps to get your food, to all these things that technology brings us that we feel like are good because they make things easier for us, they actually take us further and further away from our natural state as natural beings.
I do
so
agree
that
with
that could be the message behind technology is bad, because obviously now you're out of sync with the planet. You're not in the ecosystem any longer. You're outside of it. And then now you're a parasite that is actually doing things to harm, because technology has proven to harm the planet through nuclear weapons or through all other things.
I do agree with that.
So with that being said, you know, I think the message is, I don't think they, you know, technology, if we were to strip that away, because right now we feel out of sync with the planet. Everything else melds and works together. We're the only thing that is outside of that. And the reason why is because of technology. So if we were to kind of erase that, and I don't think it's just nukes, I think it's just anything that takes us away from our natural state as natural beings, and being enlightened and having those enlightened moments where we realize that we have these other abilities and these superpowers called senses, which we know of 5, but there's probably 20 more on top of that we have. How will we ever realize that if we're dependent on technology and making us, like, if tomorrow technology goes away, can you, I mean, probably you can, Grant, because you're in the wilderness, so you too, Dave. There's not going to be a lot of people, city slickers, right? They can go out into the wilderness and survive tomorrow. And that's because technology has taken them away from that. And maybe that's what technology is bad means.
You know what? I heard a stat, Rob, and I don't know how true this is. I'm just going to repeat this stat. I heard a stat that 80% of people living in metropolis areas, if there was some sort of fallout on this planet, would die within the first 6 months because they don't know how to survive.
Yeah.
They don't know how to make fire. They don't know how to get food. They don't know how to survive in the wilderness. They don't know anything. Imagine a world where all of a sudden you can't get to a gas station, or electricity is out and you can't charge your car.
Wow.
Or
your phone.
I mean, 80% of these people are screwed. You know, like where I live, I have plans for my daughter, or for both my daughters and my dad, to get their ass up here in case something happens, because I can go into the wilderness and I can provide food. I can go to the lakes, provide food. Okay. You don't need vegetables or anything like that. As long as you have protein to eat, you'll be fine. Protein and clean water. So if something happened, 80% of the people living in, say, Vancouver or Los Angeles or New York or Toronto, they're screwed. They're dead.
So I had a conversation with my wife a few days ago, and I said, if the world was go in hell in a handbasket, there's no power, there's no shit, there's no nothing. What are you going to live on? She's like, well, you'll catch a deer for me. I'm like, how long do you think the deer are going to last, or the elk, or the moose, or any of the bigger animals? We're going to be living on squirrels, frogs, and fish, small game. And how many people you're going to have people like, oh, that egg, I can't eat that egg out of that chicken because it didn't come from a supermarket. And I'm like, dude, the world, if we didn't have the technology that we do right now, 90% of the world will perish. Why? Because they don't understand that everybody, all the hunters, especially in America or even Canada, we are hunters. The big game is going to disappear very quickly.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, you got to realize that one deer, okay, you take where I live, one deer will last you all winter.
Yeah, if you think the way you do.
Well, here's the thing.
Look at the American population.
It only becomes a problem, Grant, when you have corporations step in, because they don't just take one deer; they take 100 deer because they need to put they need to stock the market, right? If it's just you're only going to take one deer. If it's just a regular person, and I used to laugh. I don't know if I used to laugh.
How many people know how to take a deer, one deer, and know how to preserve it to last a year?
Well, that's the message.
That's what I'm saying.
People need to learn that now. They need to learn it now.
But nobody knows that.
Post-disclosure, I feel like, is going to have to go back to that. You're going to have to go back to doing some of that natural stuff that is dependent on the survival of humanity. We're going to hit a rough patch. If we're going to restructure this like we really need to do in this moment, we're going to have a rough patch of us having to get out there and just make it happen. And I used to laugh at doomsday preppers because I'm like, I'm in the societal bubble that everyone's in. I'm like, this can never break down. What? Financial collapse? Oh, that's crazy. That's whatever. But when we look at COVID hitting, and we can say COVID, it's okay. People were fighting over toilet paper within 2 days.
Oh,
it was all-out war. People didn't know what to do once the supermarkets weren't stocked with goods. Guys, you can go out into nature and provide for yourself. Did you know that? It's been there the whole time. It's really what you're supposed to be doing. You're not supposed to be depending on a supermarket chains to kind of feed you or provide for you. You're supposed to be getting out there and doing it.
Here's the deal, Dave. If 3i Atlas, let's get back to the beginning of the show. 3i Atlas happens to be 10 million individuals that are not from this planet or living on some whatever it is, and comes here and decides to take over the world.
They're going to get $8,000 per alien from the Canadian government.
And they'll get 12 from the American government. And that's a month. And a free car. And what is it called? I don't remember what it's called. The card that you get. EBT. There it is. EBT card that you can get free food with too. Why not?
When aliens show up, the dollar turns into monopoly money. I'm telling you,
the dollar is already monopoly money.
Well, and a lot of people need to realize that. But as you're stuck in this societal bubble, you give it the value. We give it the value that it has. We could take that value away. That's the quickest way to affect the powers that be. They're dependent on the dollar having a value. Once the dollar doesn't have a value, then those powers don't matter anymore. Also, celebrities and all these billionaires that have all this power, all that's gone, right? Immediately.
So when the world goes into a hell in a handbasket because everybody freaks out that aliens are real, UFOs are real, what happens then? I mean, whether the euro, the dollar, the baht, it doesn't matter what it is. I mean, does any of that matter anymore? It's kind of like District 9. You have this alien civilization that came on a broken UFO that's just hovering in the sky, or whether you have, I don't know, multiple UFOs that are tracked across the world and they hover over, big cities. And everybody knows that we're not alone. We're not alone. The government right now in the United States, which I happen to live in, is literally questioning, where are these coming from? Why can't we track them? Why can't we do anything about them? They have the ability and flight characteristics of things that we cannot do right now with our normal physics. Everybody seems to think the United States, I'm sorry, I live here, but at the same time, it's bullshit that we're the smoking gun, and we probably are. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But on a realistic, basic term, the United States government, the Congress is going, hey, what the hell is going on? You have Commander David Fravor, you have Lou Elizondo, you have Grush, you have all these people talking about non-human intelligence, biologics that we're finding. Like, Jesus, we're not alone. Now we have something coming into our solar system that we can't figure out, and scientists are, you can't look at Google and believe everything you see, because everybody knows that Google is filtered, probably through some type of military industrial complex AI that says, hey, this is what it really is. Bullshit, dude. You guys got to understand, when push comes to shove, are we going to enter into an age where we are going to be united, just like a president said? Who's the president, Dave, that said, I often wonder when an alien
Ronald
threat,
Reagan.
Ronald Reagan, thank you. Are we all going to coalesce into a one unified sentient world?
That's a
say,
good point. Is there? Here's a question. Is there a treaty between countries that if there is an alien threat, that we automatically shut down our conflicts with each other in order to save humanity?
I would hope so. Look at the one treaty that we have never broken. Does anybody know the one treaty that has never been broken? The
No.
Antarctic Treaty. That's the one. It's never been broken.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to go into some weird rabbit hole on some bullshit, but
There's a hole in Antarctica. Yeah.
Well, I'm not even talking about that. What I'm saying is like there's one treaty that's never been broken. Why? Is that where they're at? Is that where we know? Do multiple countries know that they're there? Is that the reason why we're not allowed down there? It doesn't matter. But at the same time, there are multiple countries right now, major countries, and even non-major, second world countries, even third world countries are on that treaty. They say, look, we're not allowed past the 80 something parallel, whatever it is. Why? Because is that where we've been in contact with them? Now, if they come here, like let's say there's 10 million people on this Atlas 3i or 3i Atlas that comes down and says, hey, we're here, we're going to do whatever. We have multiple proof. We have witnesses. We have people that are in the military, deathbed confessions. They're real. We don't need disclosure with a capital D. We know they're real. The American government, as shady as they are, I freaking hate it. The Congress, who has been lied to, the people have been lied to across the globe, not just the United States. People, we're not alone. But when we find out as a whole that we're not alone, are we one people? Or are we mixed and fighting each other? Like, no, we're one people. We own this planet. We have been here. Some people say that they've been here before us. But realistically, let's get together. Let's do this together. I've had my experiences. Dave, you've had yours. Rob, you've had yours. This is an exciting time. But realistically, go ahead, Dave.
Here's what we got. Here's what we got to do. I mean, it's the situation where we are, even though we've all had experiences in this community, there's a lot of experience. So I think most of us are experiencing. We're still segregated. Like, we have a spaced out radio audience. We have a fade to black audience. We have a other audience that don't usually intermingle with each other. That's weird. That's not how we get to where we're trying to go. So as I propose, and I will continue to propose, that host of shows, we need to take a Jimmy Church, a Dave Scott. We need to get a Rod Martin. We need to get a whoever. We need to get our communities together to have the conversation. It needs to be all of us. We can't be talking different messages. We can't be having different aspects of what we think the phenomena are. We need to be united as a group, as humanity, in order to address this. We keep talking about disclosure comes from us. That's a true statement, but it won't come from us as long as we are in separate communities. That's weird. That's weird. When I go over and I watch this other show and I don't see any of these chat names in our chat at Spaced Out Radio, and then vice versa, I don't see our chat over there. That means we are still separated, and they're okay with that. The powers that be are okay seeing us separated like that, because we will never get to that we can bring disclosure moment. It won't happen until we have what I call moments of clarity, which are like COVID, when society shut down. So the illusion of a societal reality shut down during COVID. We all focused on one thing. That's what we need. We need everyone to focus on one thing. That passed, and then we ended up getting into the drone situation where everybody stopped thinking about other things and focused on these things over New Jersey for 2 months. We need those moments of clarity. That's when everybody's together in a moment and we're having these conversations, right? As soon as we allow that opportunity to go out the window, now we're separated again and we're still trying to have the same conversation. We need to take advantage of moments like that. Like, I think with the New Jersey drone thing, if that was all adversarial, we have the moment with everyone's focus to kind of throw in the UFO conversation in there to kind of get everybody to, because we have everyone's attention. And how many times during your lifetime is everyone looking at the same thing? There's not very many times you can count to. So it's going to take a moment like that where everybody's looking at the same thing, and we need to have that conversation. And we can do that in this community if these hosts stop, thinking I'm better than this person better than that person. And we all realize that we have the same goal, and in order to get to that goal, we need to be together. Well, people need to put their egos aside, and we need to sit down and do these once a month powerhouse shows where every host out there is joining the conversation, because then all their audiences come in as well. That's what we are going to have to do. Egos aside, that's what we have to do. It's our duty to do it. Who's going to be the one to step up and make that happen? I will be the guy. When I stepped into this, and not to kind of ramble, but when I stepped into this community, it was at a time where everybody was fighting against each other. And I thought that was weird. Like, why are people looking for the same goal, fighting against each other? It didn't make sense. I came in as the guy that said, you know what? We need to mend these fences. We need to mend these. It is no time for people to be disliking each other, because we're all trying to get to the same thing. So if I'm the guy that can step in and try to mend those fences, that's who I'm going to be. Somebody told me when I said that, that's pie in the sky. Well, that's a problem then, because that's one of the hurdles that we need to get past to get to disclosure. So if that's pie in the sky, then what are we doing here? What are we doing?
The biggest thing is I see a lot of people in the comments talking about Jimmy Church, right? What's the difference between you, me, Dave, and Jimmy Church?
Nothing.
Not a goddamn thing.
Ego.
Well,
ego.
There might be egos there, but I don't have an ego when I'm on here. Like I do this because I like it. Jimmy does it because he likes it. Dave does it because it's his life. You do it because you like it. Like, and we all have our own opinions, and that's fair. But
I do it because I'm driven, though. I do it because I'm driven. I don't do it because I like it. I do it because I'm driven, which is why I'm so passionate about this subject. Like this is not a facade. This is me as a human being trying to unite other human beings. That's why I do this. I don't do this for any other reason but to unite humanity. And I feel like everybody who is in a host position, who has a group of people beneath them, who listen to the words that they say, you have to be that leader for the group. And it has to be for the right reasons. It can't be for you to be the most popular guy. It can't be for, look at my audience, look at my viewership, look at how many people I got watch my show. That's all BS. And as long as that exists within this community, we're fighting against ourselves trying to get to the answers. We're literally doing that.
That I agree with. I do agree with that part. But at the same time, there is a silver lining. There's a silver thread between all of us. You have people that have these egos that want to be on the radio, and just like Lex Diaz says, every channel has its own team, but we're all the same fucking team. Period.
Yes and no.
Well, I can see that too, but I mean, literally anybody that wants to forward the conversation and keep one foot in front of the other when it comes to disclosure or learning what's going on in reality or what we think is reality, I think we're all on the same team, just different aspects of the same stone, different facets.
On that note, boys, I'm going to bed.
Love you, brother.
Davey, later, man. Can't wait to see the studio.
Oh, I can't wait.
Well, eventually my camera won't act like it's on AOL dial-up.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
He rubbed his beard like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, right. But I'll have one final drink for you guys.
Oh, yeah. Shit. I ran out.
Mine's
man.
gone.
Cheers, boys. Cheers, boys.
I'll act like I'm drinking.
Yeah, I'll act too. There we go.
Tomorrow night, we're disconnecting this computer that I'm on. And we're putting in the new motherboard and putting it all back together and reshifting everything. So tomorrow's a big day for the studio.
Yeah. I mean, we're almost at 3 hours. Maybe, we should go and shut it down. But we should also continue the conversation. There's other days this week that we could definitely get together and do something. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. And let's just do the right thing, man. And let's make sure that we're doing things that keep us moving forward. That's the basic thing to ask here.
I'm not leaving until Robbie G pulls that red chin hair for us.
All right, here we go. All right.
Give it a oh yeah, there it is. There it is. Very nice.
That's for you, Dave. That's for you, man.
And a big thank you. There's 119 people watching on X right now.
Oh, thank you so much, guys.
83 on YouTube and 0 on Twitch.
Please, if you wouldn't mind, if you have not already, take a moment to consider hitting that subscribe button. We'd love to have you. Yeah. If you're on X, please, right under the screen, there's a little heart symbol. You could hit that. We'd appreciate you doing that. Even taking the extra step, coming over to YouTube, hitting that subscribe button. We'd love you doing that and have you come join the conversation. Yeah, that's where I'll leave it. Anything else?
As the Pope would say,
Okay.
I don't know why he does that, but he does that. At least John Paul II did. Good night, boys. Good night, our great audience, and I can't wait to get back on the air with you guys.
Oh, it'd be
and
great.
I want to say this to Chameleon UK hosts: get your butts on other channels, more collaboration. When you're on those other channels, reach out and kind of put the names out there, kind of share what we're doing, because we would love nothing less than to have that conversation with other hosts. So please, when you go in and have those conversations in those chats that are currently segregated, let them know, hey, we'd like to do this. Let's get together with Spaced Out Radio and let's make that happen, because that's what we have to do. That's the first step to uniting everyone, which is what we're gonna have to do in order to take that next step to move to where we're trying to get to. So we love your help out there. When you're on those other channels in the chat, put that out there. Get the host attention. Let them know, and let's make this thing happen.
Absolutely. I love you, man.
Love you too, Grant. You already know this, man. Come on, Grant. You already know.
Dude, I
and
missed your
anytime, bro. Look, I know you and Lee are doing the thing on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Man, I'm available. If you guys want to add a third person in at some point, it's whatever.
Are you serious?
Come on, man. You already know. Let me know. Let me know, and let's just do this. Don't even worry about it.
Let's do this, dude. I'm all about it. Let's go. Wednesday nights, it's Grantavious Maxx, Lee Strauss, and we hope to add you, Rob G. Let's get this going. I will send you notes. I'll do whatever, man. Come over to UFO Max. It'll be awesome. I know you're doing a lot for the show, but literally, let's do this.
Vice versa, dude. Hour 3 is always open, man. So if you're up and you're trying to have the conversation, man, I'd love to have you over there at the after hours anytime. And dude, as long as we're doing what we're doing tonight, like having conversations to move the needle, that's my motto. That's what I'm trying to do here. That's what I want to do. So I'd love to have you come over. So we'll talk about it. We'll talk behind the scenes.
Hey, you let me know, man. I'll be there for you. I love you, brother. Have a good night.
You too, man. I'm out of here.
All right. See you later.
Later.
And for everybody else, here's what I got for you. Anybody want to join the show just for a few minutes? I'm going to go ahead and stay on. I seen someone say, hey, here's what's going on. I haven't seen a live show in a while. So I went ahead and on Spaced Out Radio, there's the StreamYard. If you're willing to jump on just for a second, Tim, I hope you jump on real quick. I'd love to talk to you again, my man. I haven't seen you in a while. But yeah, dude, tonight was fun, and we took over the airwaves. We were not on the radio live, but I see there's 199 people watching and listening. If you have any questions or have a story for us, go ahead and jump on for a minute. It's 1:02 a.m. for me right now. I got to be at work at 7. It's fine. So jump on in. You got about 30 seconds, maybe a minute. Tim, come on in if you can. Chameleon UK, good night to you, and keep safe yourself. So my whole thing on 3i Atlas. 3i Atlas is one of those things that's very interesting. Oumuamua was, I think, in my mind, maybe a probe, especially because it accelerated as it exited our solar system. But realistically, the Borisov one, the 2i Borisov, was really a comet. And then now we have 3i Atlas. And 3i Atlas is one of those deals where it is showing so much potential of being something other than what we would think it was. Lex Diaz is entering the stage. Lex, how are you doing tonight?
Am I on right now?
You are, my man.
Oh, my bad, dude. I didn't know that. I had a lot to say throughout your stream, but Dave only just highlighted a little bit of it.
That's fine. What do you got going on, my friend?
Not much. I'm off work right now, so I have nothing to worry about tomorrow. And you guys were on. This was was a surprise. So I
It
tuned
was.
in.
Oh, thank you so much for tuning in. What kind of story do you have for us?
You want me a story from me?
Do you have anything to articulate when it comes to Three Eye Atlas?
I do not.
And we also have Tim. Tim, good seeing you, my man. How you doing tonight? Oh, we have a you're on mute, my man. All right. Well, Lex. So
Yeah.
what do you have for us this evening?
Oh, nothing. I was just I wanted to almost intervene when Rob G was talking about just the nature of what things are going on, and I wanted to say, how do you know that these NHI, whatever they are, they don't already compromise our current political leaders and by extension us?
So
Do you understand?
yeah, that's a good question. So we don't know if they have compromised our leaders, so to speak, whether it be global or wherever you live. I currently live in the United States, and it's one of those things where we are guesstimating, I guess, so to speak, when it comes to our global leaders. Have they come to reach out for this? We actually have what was it? The Intergalactic Federation kind of pact that was talked about. Oh gosh, when was that? It was
Wasn't it in that
intergalactic.
like the mid 2010s by some Israeli administrator of NASA or of their version of NASA?
So the Intergalactic Federation is a concept that, while some ufology and New Age beliefs claim is a real intergalactic body, it's one of those deals where it's a great story, but we don't have any proof of it. There was some, if I remember correctly, there was some documentation that talked about it. But is it real? I don't know.
That's exactly where this whole community lies. Is every time you ask us, is it real? We really can't say yes. We'll direct you towards like this evidence that's like not direct. It's indirect evidence, and you're like, that's not evidence though, because indirect evidence doesn't really I don't know, does it convict people in court, like when they go to court?
I mean, if you saw a UFO, and it's kind of hearsay, like everything that we get is hearsay until
Yeah, it's very frustrating.
Exactly. And Tim, do you have any information on the Galactic Federation paperwork?
No, actually, I do not. But I do know that, going off of what Lex was just saying, in a court of law, testimony is considered evidence. So you don't really need concrete proof. If it's approved by a judge, if he takes your testimony into consideration, then that's testimony that is admissible to the court. So, like what Grush did with Congress and the UFO hearings there, that is all credible testimony because no one has proved them wrong. You know what I mean?
Well, they haven't proved them right either.
Yeah,
and I'm on your side, by the way. I believe Grush. It's just very frustrating.
Well, if you look at something where, look at it like this. So David Grush, when he went in front of the Congress, he was willing to get into skiff. And what he said on live television when we got to watch his hearing with the Congress, when he talked about biologics, non-human biologics, or he talked about, the programs that were in crash retrieval and the actual crashed, the actual crash sites and the items that they picked up. We're never going to know if those are real or not until we actually get non. So there's a top secret status on these things, and we'll never see it until they become not top secret. And once they're available to the public, we're not going to know it. So everything is still just hearsay.
Yeah,
you get people like Commander David Fravor, especially when he went on Joe Rogan and was talking about it. This guy actually is a commander of a flight battalion. He's not dumb. He's
like basically like the movie you watched, the movie with Tom Cruise. The Top Gun. He's a Top Gun commander. He's Tom Cruise.
Yeah. Right.
Well, not really. So Tom Cruise he didn't want to be anything higher than what he was. In this particular case, when the Nimitz in 2004 came across, so they were doing, so back in 2004, the Nimitz was out off the coast of San Diego and Los Angeles area. They were way out in the ocean, and they were doing exercises. And they had a cap point, and at that cap point, the Commander David Fravor and his wingman were going out to exercise maneuvers out there for whatever reason, and they got diverted over to a different point, or they got vectored to a different point. And when they got there, that's when the radar operator's like, "Hey, we want you to look at something. We're seeing this. It came from 80,000 feet down to sea level. Go check it out." And so they got vectored over this different, longitude, latitude area. They get there, and they're actually pretty high up. They're, I think, 15,000 plus feet, and they see this object in the water or near the water, which is the Tic Tac. Commander David Fravor breaks off from his wingman and spirals down.
Yeah, he sees some anomalous thing. He described it as like a ping pong. If you grab if you're playing the game of like those ping pong games you play at the arcades, it was just bouncing around violently like that. And he said, "What is that?" And it's like, "I'm gonna check it out." And the other one is supposed to stay up in the air, so they have two vantage points, right?
Correct.
And there's one very curious fact that nobody's been able to answer. Is like when he was doing that, and the Tic Tac was doing its pinball behavior, the Tic Tac stopped.
Correct.
And pointed directly, like it noticed him.
Exactly, which signifies intelligence.
Yeah, and people are trying to say now that that's supposed to be Lockheed Martin technology. There's nothing we have where you bounce around like a pinball and then you notice something.
So the deal with the Lockheed Skunk Works technology, okay, that was something that Ross Colhart just brought up recently. When Commander David Fravor talked about this thing not only noticed him, which signifies alertness and intelligence, it also he was coming down in a spiral formation, and it rose up to meet him, and that's when they were both doing a spiral formation together. And he decided that he wanted a closer look at it, and the closest way from point A to point B is to go straight at it. And so he maneuvered his aircraft to go point on dead center, 0 degree at this object. When he did that, this object, or the Tic Tac, decided to snap, go somewhere. He said it moved so fast that it disappeared within a blink of an eye. The radar operator, after Commander David Fravor had said, "Hey, I lost contact," said, "No, it had moved from your position to the cap point." So not only does this thing signify that it has an intelligent mind about it and understands what we're doing, but it also had an understanding of what we were doing as a militaristic exercise, and went to the cap point, which was supposed to be top secret, or
Yeah,
not secret, but nobody knew about it but the people that were flying these aircraft. So Lockheed Skunk Works, I don't believe, has the ability, unless there's what I would call a mole on the ship, and a higher
right,
ranking mole that would tell this object where to go.
right. The only way that would be possible is if whoever was in that object knew before, or if it read their minds. Now you can take that either way. We don't know where that point on the ocean is going to be. We don't know if it's constantly moving because these ships are drifting with the sea at the same time. So
They kind of are. So our
yeah,
military ships are actually capable of keeping a static longitude latitude formation. They're not just drifting. So
yeah, I
our
didn't know that. I am no expert on naval technology whatsoever. I'm just
well,
saying what I
even
heard.
even if you're in a sailboat, okay. So if you want to keep and I'm a sailor, if you want to keep a very specific position, you can, even on a sailboat, because most sailboats that are in the ocean are going to have some type of engine, whether it be diesel, gas, or electric. And we are able to keep our static position. That way we know. Now, if you're floating adrift and you're, running into tides, or not even tides, but if there's a current of some sort, you're going to follow that current unless you have something to keep you in that static position. Naval and militaristic vessels have that ability to be just stopped on wherever they're at, and they can keep those positions indefinitely until they run out of fuel, which they never do, because we either refuel them or they're nuclear powered, whether it be a sub or something. And literally they're out there, but usually they're not static. They're usually moving, and they just send whatever, whether it be FA-18 Super Hornets or whatever it is, to a certain cap point. So that cap point is where we were supposed to be at.
How though would they know, like Lex said, unless they're reading your mind or they can actually tap into the F-117's computers to know where the cap point is?
So it's not the computers. So cap point, for anybody that's listening, it means combat air patrol is all it is. So the
Okay.
cap, it's a fixed point in air where an aircraft patrol will go to protect an area. That's all a cap point means. But they were supposed to go out there to do different maneuvers or exercises or whatever the heck they're going to do out there. Okay. So in order for somebody else to know where that cap point is, or where that point in longitude, latitude, in airspace and time is, would have to either A, have somebody that's an informant on that ship that tells them where it's at, or B, have some type of other worldly ability. And of course, when we talk about non-human intelligence, most people say that they speak with their minds.
Right.
They're telepathic, so to speak. And even though we as humans don't naturally have that ability, doesn't mean that we're not like a radio signal where all of our thoughts are broadcast out. And I'm just extrapolating here, where I'm thinking, I'm kind of making this up as I go, but it doesn't mean that we are not telling the universe where the hell we're at. And when this happened at that time, and of course, I know one of the radar operators personally, and he said, "Why did this have to happen to me? Like, they weren't telling anybody where this was at. He didn't tell anybody where this is at. In fact, Rob G knows who this person is. His name's Kevin,
Kevin Day?
and I've been to his house. I've slept at his house for 3 days straight. Like, great dude. But here's the deal:
Do you mean Kevin Knuth?
Kevin Day.
Kevin Day is who I was talking
Kevin
about.
Day. Yeah. Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, and even like, they don't understand exactly how this happened. he didn't understand it, and he doesn't really even want to be a part of it, but it happened.
Yeah, and it affected him emotionally
Oh, big time.
a lot. You know,
You could even look at it as if instead of them reading their mind and knowing where the cat point was, maybe they are able to kind of look a little bit ahead into the future to know that was the cat point based on that. It could be based on them being able to look into the future. So they saw this is where you were going to go for the cat point. Look, I'm here. So I'm showing you that I knew you were going to go because we're able to kind of see into the future a little bit. So it could be simple as that. Could not be reading minds at all.
Correct.
exactly. Rob is, and they say now that, quantum physicists say that all time is parallel. The past, the future, the present.
Exactly.
It's all
Grantavious Maxx, you got like 3 vapes, bro. You hit that 3 breaks on the spaced out radio, bro.
Hey,
There you go
just
again.
can't see my
He's
vape.
gonna do it again.
Vape.
Dude,
Okay, you don't have
one
to
is
do it
not
again.
enough. One is
You don't have to do
never
it
enough.
again.
All right.
It was just funny though.
But I have a little tidbit to add.
Say no to peer pressure, Grantavious Maxx.
There is no peer pressure. I am the max of peer pressure.
You better be.
So, anyways, Fravor said the Tic Tac was about the same length as his fighter plane, the F-17.
He was an FA-18
F-18.
Super Hornet.
Oh, Super Hornet, yeah, sorry. So about 40 feet long. And the shape of a propane tank. Well, I work for a propane company, and we have a 40-foot propane tank, which we call our bulk tank, where we fill our trucks from. Well, anyways, this thing is huge.
Yeah, so an F-18 Super Hornet is 60.1 feet.
They said it was like 80 feet apparently. Or am I mistaken?
I would have
think
to
he
look that
said
up.
40 feet in his testimony.
Because like the F-22 is massive, dude. It's way bigger than 40 feet. I'll tell you that right now. It's gigantic.
Grant's looking it up. Look it up, Grant.
I was going to do
now.
this.
He did say it was 40 feet long, and that is correct. The F-18 Super Hornet or the EF Super Hornet is 60 feet.
Oh, that's
so smaller than his aircraft. Yes.
Wow, so smaller, huh?
So, anyways, 40 feet is about the size of a school bus.
Yep.
Oh God.
So if you
a short bus.
No, that's not a short bus.
That's full size.
Bus.
Yeah.
That's the full size?
That's a full size bus. So yeah, you're looking about the same size as a city bus.
40 feet is like 4 stories.
Yeah. Catalina Island. So
let me ask you this real quick.
You guys can fit in there.
Let me ask you this. So Tim and Lex, just because we're talking about all this, do you feel like the Tic Tac is Lockheed Martin in any way?
Who's to say they weren't showing them how to use a Lockheed Martin Tic Tac? You know what I mean?
Okay.
Personally,
I could entertain it.
I do not think that they would put an experimental aircraft out into a training arena to see how the pilots would react to it.
That goes against everything. Like they didn't fly the F-117 stealth fighter, like the one that bombed Iraq in the 90s, in front of like naval officers and like the Top Gun pilot. They didn't do that. Look at this. They didn't do that. So why are they doing it now?
When have they ever historically put black projects in front of the public, period? Never. So that's my thing. And then why start doing it now? Why would you start doing it now? It doesn't make sense. You don't want the adversaries to know that we have this. We know that there are spies everywhere. There are currently spies here in the United States. why would you show the spies that? That doesn't make sense to me at all. Make it make if someone can make that make sense, then I could say, okay, maybe it's Lockheed, but there's nothing that points to it. There isn't.
No, I don't. I agree with you completely, Rob. I don't.
So real quick,
think it would be our tech at all.
Yeah, we don't do that. We're not gonna flash. We're not people that flash, or the country doesn't flash their best tech in front of their own people. And like, guess what? They're UFOs, and no, they're not. It's us. They
all right,
will never do that.
real quick, everybody. So we have 5 people on the show right now, including myself and Mr. Rob G, Lex Diaz, Anthony Almonte, and Tim. So here's the deal. When it comes to StreamYard, we have to take turns talking, or otherwise everything gets mixed up. It doesn't sound very good. So when we ask questions, when one person starts talking, if you are the first one talking, go ahead and keep talking. The rest of us will kind of wait in the wings. Otherwise, it just kind of gets jumbled up. So that's just the rules of StreamYard, not my rules. And but let's keep this conversation going. And Anthony, welcome to the show. You are on mute at the moment. And what's your idea on what's going on today? There, all on. Oh, I can't unmute him. All right, we're gonna go ahead and remove you, buddy. I'm sorry, unless you unmute yourself. Tim, let's go to you. What is your idea of what actually is going on today?
Ultimately, I'm still old school. I believe that what happened in Roswell was real, and I think the government's been hiding up ever since.
Okay,
I do
and Lex?
believe in the Corso documents that I believe that some of the technology has leaked out to the public through different corporations and entities. But as far as it comes to like anything that has to do with military advantages that we might have over our adversaries, I believe that will never, ever be shown to the public, because if it was, it would be also shown to our adversaries. And we always want to have an advantage over our adversaries. So I believe that there is a UFO Cold War going on in the world right now.
I can see that.
Everyone's trying to reverse engineer this technology, because every country in the world has a little piece of it. They're just all trying to figure out how to use it. And
I agree with that.
I think the U.S. probably has, a little bit of an advantage over the rest of the countries in the world. I don't know. Maybe China's got some more on us, but I mean, a craft that can just go from 90,000 feet to 2,000 feet in a matter of seconds,
or 1 foot.
Dead stop. That would be something that would be a game changer in the war arena.
It would, but here's the deal. When it comes to the war arena, as you said, we have evidence of these non-human intelligence shutting down our nuclear weapons. Rob, when it comes to the war arena, when it like we're a bunch of ants basically to them is what I look like, or what I think it is, and we just happen to have the power of nuclear technology, and they shut it down to show us that, hey, we have something greater than that. But the war arena, every single country has a piece of this, just like Tim said. What is your idea on exactly what's going on? Are we really in a Cold War race on trying to figure this out? Did the Nazi Germany go over to Antarctica to find this technology way back when? Did we find, the ability in the 50s of anti-gravitic technology. What's your idea on this whole broad picture, so to speak?
I would like to hear that statement, and I would counter it.
Yeah, here's what I think. So, as far as I don't, here's a few ways to look at it. So, a lot of people say, okay, they went over our nuclear sites to tell us we don't want you having nuclear weapons, or nuclear weapons are bad. If they're telling us that, then there is no world where they give us technology until we have agreed to the terms that they have set forth, which is obvious. They're showing up at every nuclear site. They're showing up at nuclear vessels, nuclear anything. We know that nuclear is part of the message that they're giving us right now. And we know what nuclear weapons will do for humanity. They'll decimate the population, which is obvious. So I think it's a situation where, and I think that proves that they wouldn't give us any technology, because they're telling us in every moment that they can that we shouldn't be using these things. And I think it's more of a thing where they don't want us taking this stuff off planet. That's how I feel like. I don't feel like, they're just here to give us technology and help us out. They want to make sure that this species that is at a point where they can now reach out to other celestial bodies, which we've shown on Mars and other places in our solar system. They don't want us to take our current behavior out there. I think they're here to keep us here, to make sure we don't take the stuff off planet. That's just kind of how I feel about it. I don't see a situation where they give anyone on this planet the heads up or the upper leg, or it's because we don't display. If they're only look, they don't get to. Well, maybe they do look at us on our humanity level, but they're seeing the powers that be for sure across the globe, and all they're doing is fighting and warring. And I don't see a situation where they give tech to anyone that behaves like that. They're telling them every day, get rid of nuclear weapons. And I just don't see a situation where they give us anything until we do what they want us to do. And maybe there's an ultimatum set or a time frame that they gave us.
Hey, that's kind of hard to hear, guys.
Can you hear?
It's kind of breaking up. Go ahead.
Oh, can you hear Grant?
I'm here.
Right?
Am I breaking up at all to you as well?
You're not breaking up.
It was just for a few seconds.
Okay, I'm just saying that I don't see a situation if they're here and they've been here all this time telling us, hey, stop messing with these nuclear weapons. I don't see a situation where they give those same people a leg up to deliver this stuff out into space or wherever we may send it. We can shoot a rocket out right now. Same way Voyager is out there for 50 years going at 38,000 miles per hour. We can send a nuclear weapon out the same way. And then it finally hits somewhere way off in the universe. Why would they allow that out there? I don't think they would. And that's why I feel like they wouldn't give us any technology. Anyone, you guys can chime in on that if you want.
Well, I would like one thing that perhaps they've been here for a long time and they've divided us, quite frankly. And some of us are getting tech, some of us are getting nothing. And they've chosen on their path who they talk to, and apparently it's going to be the U.S., China, and Russia. I mean, outside of that, you guys expand on my idea now. That's all I have.
That's why I would ask you. I would ask you why they would pick the United States and China. Like why? Because I don't think if you're coming from
for the nuclear weapons, they're the most dangerous ones.
Okay,
so why would they give us tech?
We have to take turns, otherwise it gets a little bit jumbled there.
I apologize about that. My bad, Rob G. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's all good. Why do you feel like they would give us the tech? Or do you think they would?
I think they've been interfering for some time. Maybe to correct us, maybe to try to help us. Maybe they're responsible for us, which is a very controversial topic. Now, what we need to do in our modern time is it's not. We have to basically reshape our reality, and I don't know, guys. That's where I am at my thesis or my idea. Maybe they're trying to help us, and we have to reshape what we think, and that's where we are at this point. And I have nothing else to add. I just hope we can all get along, and perhaps we can. I don't know, man. Let's survive. How about that? Let's
There we
all be
go.
together. Let's all be together.
There
With
we
that.
go. So realistically, here's the biggest broad painting of what we're going through. So we have a whole bunch of entities on this planet called humans. And I am different than every single one of you. And you are a different facet of the same stone. We are all consciousness. We are all, in my mind, part of the same consciousness. And we're all experiencing this differently. We have people that want to utilize this technology or what we're seeing in the skies as trying to weaponize it. Some people think this is a liberation of some sort, or more people that are in the, I would say, more grounded would look at it as like this is another facet of the same stone that we're cut off of. And whether they come from a different star system or from our planet, we have many clues that they're actually from closer to home than we think of, where they probably were the original inhabitants, so to speak. Rob, would you say, if you were to right now in 3 seconds say, are they from another star system? Are they from a different parallel universe? Or are they from here? Are they whatever it is? What would be your initial instinct on this?
A little bit of both, only because this planet has been here for so long. So there's the likelihood that things that have come here have decided to hang out here for a while. So they've been here for a while. So I think there's that element. I just don't think that there's a world where all these different species have just so happened to come here and join at the same time. Because when you think about reptilians, the Greys, the Palladians, and all these different species, I don't see that they're coming here at the same time. I think maybe one species is what lives under the water. There's another species that has come here, and maybe they're in some sort of, cahoots or contact. That's the thing that I wonder is, are the Greys talking to the reptilians? If they're all here, we have all these people that report them. Are they in communication? But I think that when you look at objects like a Tic Tac or things that shoot off at 60,000 miles per hour, that isn't transportation designed to happen on a planet. You wouldn't need to go that fast on a planet. If you're traveling interstellar, though, that's where being that fast would be beneficial. So I think the things that we show, that we see, that exhibit super fast reaction like the Tic Tac, I think those come from somewhere else. But I think there is also an element of things that maybe have come here thousands of years ago and have set up shop under the ocean. I think there's a little bit of both going on. Multiple things.
Oh, goodness. Salak, thank you so much for your amazing super chat. We really appreciate your love and support of Spaced Out Radio. Sending my love to you all. Got to give the heart.
Yep.
There we go.
Heart right back to you. Yep.
Right back to you. And if you want to come on, please feel free to come on. We'd love to speak to you. So here's a question.
What are you thinking though on that? Let me get your response to that.
Oh, of mine on the bigger picture?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Okay, here we go. So I have a feeling where I used to be nuts and bolts. Many people, when I was, if you know my story, when I was 5, I was raised by a very Christian family. I didn't believe in their belief systems at the time. I had 2 separate sides. I had Adventist and Baptist, and I was raised for the first part of my life as Adventist, and they were very strict on me. I wasn't allowed to watch anything but Mickey Mouse, Popeye, and the black and white Popeye version. And so I wasn't really nuanced in aliens and things like that. But when I was 5 years
Yeah,
old,
those Christians can be kind of strict.
well, it's not just that. I don't put them, I don't label them like that. It's if that's your belief system, I just let you have it, and I don't judge you upon that. But the biggest thing is the way I was raised. I didn't have, and I'm going to put you on mute, Lex, because I'm getting a little bit of feedback. The biggest thing is when I was raised, and especially at 5 years old, when I met my first alien gray, my only alien gray. I didn't have any precursors or any knowledge or any exposure to aliens. And yet here I am seeing one reach for me through my bedroom window. That was a very specific time in my life that changed me. I knew that there was something out there at that point. Then when I got older and what I seen, nobody, I mean, by the time I got like 11 years old and whatnot, I was able to watch Unsolved Mysteries and all this other stuff on TV by that time. And that's when I started watching these people say, oh, this is what an alien gray looks like. And I consistently said, no, that's not what they look like. It wasn't until I was much older in my 30s that I had seen a rendition, a rendering. In fact, I'll pull it up for everybody to see this. And I call him my skinny Bob, basically. But it was a tall alien gray. And if you type that into Google, you're going to get, and you go into images within the first, actually is now the first image. And I'm going to go ahead and open this up on a different link here. Let me open the picture in an open image, new tab, bink. And I'm going to go ahead and click on that so you guys can see this. So when I was older, this person that had basically rendered this, okay, this alien gray, I knew for a fact at that point in my life, and this was quite a few years ago when this guy was rendered. I mean, this is probably what, 5, 6, 7 years ago, that this person had seen the exact same thing that I did. And at that moment, I knew that I wasn't alone in my experiences. And none of us are alone in our experiences. What they are and where they come from and how they maneuver through our reality is secondary to me. All I know is they're real. Whether they're interdimensional, whether they're consciousness embodied in our 3D world, somehow they get here. It doesn't matter to me. And when it comes to the bigger picture to me is we are all in this space. Okay. I don't think of the world as the 3D world that we live in. Like I can touch this microphone. This to me is physical. Okay. So this guy to me was physical at one point. Whether they're physical or not doesn't matter. We are all a different facet of the same stone, and we all live in this universe. And I think the universe is one stone. And in my mind, back in the day, and out of all the UFOs that I've seen and the orbs that I've seen, which are many, I think we are all sharing the same facet of the same stone. We are all consciousness. It used to be nuts and bolts. I remember that me and my brother Tim, my old stepbrother Tim, we would talk about UFOs when we were in our room at night, and we'd look out the window and be like, do you see a UFO? Do you see a UFO? We were just so enamored by them. And this is, by the time I was 11 or 10-ish when this happened, we were living in a place called Buckeye, California, which is in Shasta County. And we'd always walk out and look at the stars at night and hope a UFO would land in our backyard. and I was always about the nuts and bolts. I'm 45 years old. I've seen a lot of UFOs, a lot of orbs. I have friends that have seen them. I have Rob, you've seen plenty. Dave, I got people now that contact me all the time. Hey, Grant, this is my experience in this town that I live in. I have people that contact me, and it's like I don't know what to do for you, but I'll talk to you about it. And everybody asks me, where are they from? I don't know. What are they doing here? I don't know. Well, why are they here? I think that we are all here. UFOs, aliens, objects, we are all part of a consciousness, a singular entity that is trying to literally see itself in every aspect, every dimension that it can. And we are just a part of that. I also don't believe that we die. I believe that our bodies die, but I don't believe that our consciousness dies. And I believe that the aliens that we see that we think are aliens are actually not aliens. I think they're just a part of us. That's the reason why when I tell my kids, and I say this all the time, they'll say, hey, Daddy, why does that guy look different than us? It doesn't matter why he looks different than you. Me and you look different from each other. That dog looks different from us. They might have a consciousness. That rock might have a consciousness. It doesn't matter. I look at every single one of us as part of the same exact stone. We're just different facets of it. And I think these aliens are the exact same thing. Now, our intentions, on the other hand, might be much different. Rob G's intention is to be on the show or do whatever he's doing in daily life. He has different aspects and what he wants to do and dreams and drives, and I do. But do I love him? Hell yeah, I do. He's got a great hug and an awesome goatee. You know, we have people that are in the chats. None of you are different than me or Rob or anybody in the chats. I might get mad at the guy that cut me off earlier today. He's part of the same consciousness that I am. So in the grand scheme of things, I think that the UFOs that we're seeing are part of consciousness. I'm gearing towards what Grant Cameron says. I think that we are all part of the same universal consciousness. I'm not going to give it a name. I don't care to. I just know that 100% Skinny Bob, the alien I just showed you that came through my window, is part of the same creator that I'm from. Yep. And he just has a different way of life, was brought up differently, maybe a different dimension, a different planet. It doesn't matter. But I think that when it comes to our 3D world that we live in and we're indoctrinated in, we were born and we were raised to go to school, to work, to gear. School is to make you educated so you can work and pay taxes. And I don't want to go further in that aspect because I get a little bit more cynical. But at the same time, I think this world that we live in, the little planet Earth that we live in, this speck in the galaxy, we're not alone, people. But we need to figure out a way to coexist with these other beings. And we're having a hard time with that because we can't even coexist with ourselves. So in the broad, expansive thing, you know, if you want to look at it a big picture, it's blurry. It's like an ant race on television. And we got to figure out how to coalesce it into a normal picture, whether it's one solid color or not. So that's my ideals on it. I agree. I might have gone a little too far, but hey.
No, you actually laid it out perfectly, because here's what I look at. And that's why I always have a problem with the people that say, yeah, they're coming here. They don't necessarily have the same ideals as human beings. Now, when we think of alien, we're thinking of something totally different from us. And then and this is a reason why I'm not necessarily down with the future human thing. Like, oh, they kind of look like us. So there must be future humans. No, I think one thing that we can look at is, like you said, I think everything in the universe comes under one umbrella.
Yep.
I think that when you look across the universe, all planets are round, essentially, regardless where you're at in the universe. All planets are round. Most of these planets surround a sun, is what we found out.
Or
You
many
know,
suns.
or many suns, and then you look at these things and they come here as bipedal creatures. Maybe bipedal is what you have to be with finger and arms and digits in order to take it to that next level. If you have a whale, and we know how smart they are, they will never be able, with their current physical form, they will never be able to build something or do things that take them to that next level. Maybe you have to be bipedal in order and have digits on your arms to be able to do something like this, right? So that's how we have to look at it. That might be the reason why the things that we see coming here aren't just like jellyfish or like squid or something else, right? Because you need to be bipedal. So my thing is that when you look at what's constant across the universe, the planets around, they mostly all orbit a sun or multiple suns, as you said. There's fire, there's ice, there's hot, there's cold, there's yin, there's yang. So if there's yin, there's yang, that goes across the universe. So why would it be? And look at these things. They travel in vehicles just as we do to get from point A to point B. So there's a lot more things that are similar that are not than dissimilar. So why would we ever feel like they wouldn't align with the things that we think and do if they are so much like us? And that's not coming from a future human aspect like they're us from the future. They're somewhere from the other side of wherever, and they happen to be bipedal creatures just like us, and they share a lot of commonalities. They have two eyes, they have a mouth, they have two arms, they have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fingers, depending. But there's a lot of more similarities, I think we'll find at the end of the day, than dissimilarities. So all that they wouldn't know, they wouldn't think to be like we are. I put that out the window because there's too many things you could point at across the universe that are similar to say that you would expect something dissimilar to come here and visit the planet.
Let me ask you a question. You know the people that cruise around, have you heard about Mount Shasta?
I've been up there, but no, I haven't really heard. I mean, I think I heard anomalous stuff up there, but yeah.
Yes. So there's a lot of people that talk about like, oh, what is it called? Now I got to think of it. The Lemurians. There it is. The Lemurians are in Mount Shasta, and these are people that help people guide their way back, or they go into the city of Telos, right? And those are of the same type of ilk that we're talking about. The Atlanteans, the Lemurians, let's go back to the Anunnaki. I mean, we've heard these things for thousands of years. They're all a part of us. And we've been dealing with this, whether it be from AI or 3i Atlas. You know, those are just people from another planet. We call them aliens. Man, if we go to Mars, guess what we are? Aliens.
Yeah.
We just got to calm ourselves down on thinking of aliens as somebody else. Because we're aliens to species that are living in the rainforest.
And look at it on the level of I forget really how to even explain it. I think you'll know what I mean when I say this though. The exact same the level that we're living on as far as human beings, when you compare human beings and Earth to the universe, is the same way it's looked at for like something at an atomic level, right? So we're the universe. The Earth is like the universe compared to something on an atomic level. So when you look at that, why wouldn't you think that things would be it shows you, nature is showing you that even on the lowest level, you have what looks to appears to be its own universe of activity and life and things. And so when you just blow that up to a bigger level, that's what the same thing that we're dealing with. So why would you walk away from this feeling that something from somewhere should be so different than what we're doing here? It's probably more the same of what we have going on here. They probably on their own planets, they have their version of whales, their version of elephants, but
awesome.
These bipedal creatures with digits and arms happen to be what rose to the top and allowed them to be the most intelligent things on their planet. And it just makes sense. It just makes sense that that would be the case. And that's where, here's what, and I don't want to go too far with this, but that's why I say, when we talk about the phenomenon, we can make it as complicated as we want. We could throw, well, whatever they're from here. What about, I'm saying throw all that out the window. Let's start from scratch. Let's say, okay, let's just look at the fact we have craft in the sky that are coming in from space. We've seen these craft at times land on the ground. And when they've done that in numerous cases, living things have walked out of those craft. So let's just take that. Forget all the where are they from, what was the message, all these other things. Let's take the bare bones of what we know and what we're dealing with. And I think that's the better approach, because I listen to a lot of conversations and people get into they're from Zeta Reticuli, and forget all that. Forget all that. Let's just deal with the fact that we know something isn't from here that's visiting here. They're in these craft. And let's kind of go from there, because I think if you dumb it down, then just the facts that we have on the base level allow you to know that there's more than just what we understand that we're dealing with here on Earth. And I think that's the simplest way to introduce yourself into this subject. Just look at those bare facts. Can we negate those? No, there's too many reports. There's too many images, radar data. It's too much to deny just those basic facts.
Correct.
The other things, where they're from, Zeta Reticuli, I don't buy into all that. I don't buy into the messages that they give. I don't buy into any of that, because that's hearsay. That may or may not be true. And it may not, as far as true, not saying that the person is lying, but you may be getting a message that isn't truthful. You may be being deceived by whatever these things are, right? So, dude, I could go all day with this, jump down numerous rabbit holes with you on this for sure.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I'm in all those rabbit holes. Like, don't get me started on the moon.
Fake.
Oh, man.
Didn't happen. We didn't go.
Oh, I went. Oh boy. So when we talk about, how do I get into this without going off the deep end? Do you know who the machine elves are?
The machine elves. I've heard that. I'm not sure though.
So there's a lot of people, i.e. Grant Cameron and other people that are in the more esoteric side of our phenomena that we're experiencing today. A lot of them start talking about, yes, Kassan, DMT, psilocybin, psychedelics, stuff like that. So we get into the point where if you watch somebody that's on a psychedelic substance and we do a CAT scan on their brain or whatever it is that they do on their brain, where they can watch the activity of their brain doesn't fire up and go crazy, right? It actually dims, and then now your neural synapses are talking to each side of the brain and all over the place. They're firing, but they're now talking to each other. A lot of people seem to think that we're getting more of a realization of what we're really in. So you hear a lot of people thinking that we're in an electric universe, or a, what you would say, a universe where it's kind of like the Matrix, you know what I mean? And when you take these substances, like Grant Cameron's talked about this many of times, where he's like, oh, I've been there, and your brain slows down, your ego shuts down, and you're able to actually experience reality. And you meet these other people, these other beings, and these other regions of your brain. So there was that saying, the universe is within. Everything that you need to know about the universe is within you. This has been talked about a bunch of times, right? So without getting in too much trouble, I decided to do those things. And I've met beings that were talked about. One is the guy that kind of looks like a dude with no eyes, and it's just sockets. And when I met him, I asked him straight out, I was like, whoa, dude. And I had my full capacity of my brain about me. Like I could think, I knew who I was. I had self. There was a preservation of self in there. And I was like, are you death? And he basically said, no, I'm not what you would think of as death. Like that's not who I am. But your ego still thinks like, okay, this is what I'm seeing, but who are you? And we had a great conversation, actually. I won't go too far into it, but I now understand where people are coming from. And it's like, okay, you want to expand your brain. That's one way to do it. If you want to expand it in more non-psychedelic ways, then you can do, your what is it called when you sit there and you meditate? So meditation is another way to get into that type of realm. Well, I think a lot of people that aren't meditating or aren't a part of, they're just living their lives. They're wandering around in this 3D world that we're living in, are just happenstancing along and finding these experiences on happenstance. And I think that we have a little bit more to learn when it comes to, I look at like monks and shamans who dedicate their lives to, meditation and all that. Those guys probably know a lot more about the universe than we do, but they're not saying anything about it because they think we're dumb. But literally, I'm just kind of going off the deep end here, but yeah, dude, like everything that we've been experiencing right now, it's all real. Whether you're in a state that I was in at that time, or whether you're in what we're doing now. There's Lex. Hey, bud. I see your ceiling fan. Oh,
and I can tell you this. I can tell you when we talk about DMT and those things, our guy Drew Banke is an expert in that field, and I think what that does is not just specific to DMT, but it's think about other things. So let's just take an example everyone knows about, which is alcohol. So you have a lot of people that get what they call a liquid courage, right? Liquid courage. Yes. So you get that while you're under the influence. So it allows you to speak more freely than you would normally do, outside of the constraints of what is labeled to be proper within society. And it opens your eyes and you like, man, okay, whether the guy just smoked a blunt and he's very insightful, or if he's drunk some liquor and now he's just saying what he would not normally say, but it's true. That's the same thing as with DMT opening you up to the experience. It's just breaking you out of this mold that we live in and allowing you to see it from the outside. And that's what it takes. Some people are born able to see this automatically. Some people go through life and then have an event or traumatic moment or something that opens them up. I'm open up at this point to where I look at society like, why would I ever buy into that? And I think that's all it really is just being able to take the mask off for a moment and realize what we're actually living in. We're living in something that someone else created. With all these ideals and this structure was created by someone else, and we just kind of deal with it. And I know people in my personal life that are just fine with being workers. They're fine with going to work every day for 40 years and just making a paycheck and being able to pay a couple bills. They're okay with that. That blows my mind, because that isn't what you were born to do. That wasn't what you were born to do as a human being. And so it just, those DMT moments, ayahuasca, however you get to that enlightening moment, it just allows you to step outside, look at what everybody else is doing, and like, man, that's crazy. I would never do that. That's why you have entrepreneurs, you have artists and things. Those people will not conform to that society. They're already awake, and they're realizing that you don't have to plug into that in order to live your life. You can live your life in the woods every day and not deal with society at all if you choose to. And it's just something that people are more comfortable living in this protective bubble. But then you see the bubble breaks down the moment that the grocery stores don't have toilet paper for a few days or a couple of weeks. It all breaks down. And then you look at it like, whoa, this was never a protective place to be in. It was fragile as it appears right now. And once you have that awakening moment, you can never go back and see things differently. And I think that's why we need to have that moment. I think COVID was a moment for a lot of people in the world, because you saw a lot of people leave their jobs during COVID because they were like, wait a minute, I'm going to this office every day, but I could literally be doing this at home. Oh, I'm not going back to the office anymore. And a lot of people left their jobs, and it was a big thing during COVID, and it was an awakening moment for humanity. And we need more of those. We need more of those moments where we can come together and be like, we don't want to do this. This is crazy. Who set this up? Who said we need to go into an office every day? Who said that? Because we don't have to. We can do it from home.
So this is where I get into the philosophy of your being from the beginning, when you first wake up, and I'm talking about when you're a baby, when you open your eyes and you start getting a mind about you. You are literally indoctrinated into doing what society tells you to do. The biggest thing that I look at, and this might be a little too personal, and I'm probably not supposed to say this on air. Last August, a year ago, I had a really big loss in my family. I lost a child.
Wow.
And I took quite a bit of time off from life. And I mean a lot. I shut my business down. I quit working for a buddy of mine. I shut down. And it was one of those moments where when you hit the bottom, I would say rock bottom, where you don't know where you're going to go. You don't know what to do next. You don't know where to place that next foot forward. You're just stuck in that moment, and it hurts, and you don't know what to do. I started looking at life like, why is that fair? And I took the bitter route for a minute, but only for a couple of weeks, because I was really hurt. But at the same time, I started realizing something. I was like, and it wasn't COVID that did this to me. I realized that there's a bunch of sheeple out there, but that's because people just follow, where the clan goes.
Mm-hmm.
But then I started realizing outside of that parameter, I was like, something's not right. And I know I've told you this. I think I've told you this, and I've told, Dave this and everybody else. I said, you know what? I'm not going to work 7 days a week. I still do, but not for the rest of my life. I have a 40-hour week job. I'm a mechanic, and I own a business here in Klamath Falls, Oregon. And I lost one of my employees, a great employee. And I started doing the jobs that I would normally hand out to somebody else. But it takes 6 months for me to train somebody to do my job.
Mm-hmm.
And so I started thinking about it. I'm like, dude, what am I doing? And I told my wife, I was like, dude, like, this isn't right. I'm 45 years old. By the time I'm supposed to retire, I'll be 67. And I'll probably work harder after that than I do right now. And I was like, I'm not enjoying life. I'm not doing what life has for me in this plane that I exist in. And she's like, what the hell are you talking about? And I'm like, no, something's wrong. And after about a month after that happened, I said, you know what? I'm gonna go down to the marina. I'm gonna go down to the yacht club, which I'm a member of, by the way. And I just want to go down there. And she's like, okay. And so I left. And I met a bunch of great people. And I started realizing, I've been watching Sailing Delos and all these other sailing videos for over a decade. And I'm like, I want to go enjoy my life. Why not? It doesn't, a lot of people have a hard time wrapping their brain around the fact that it doesn't take a lot of money to enjoy your life. And I'm not wealthy by any means, but I'm okay. And I have enough to where I can sell almost everything I have except for my house. I want to keep that because I want to rent it out and have, a little bit of income. Plus I can hire somebody to run my business and I'll be able to sail the world. And I said, I'm going to buy a catamaran. Well, I wanted to buy a monohull, but my wife said no. She wants a little bit more comfort in that. But I'm going to buy like a 45, 50-foot catamaran. And in 4 years, I'm going to go sail the world and enjoy my life. I found something there, and I'm going to turn this around for everybody. I don't want to make it about a feel bad for me. Life happens. It hurts, but it happens. And so I figured the best way that I can commemorate and remember my son is go live the life that he couldn't.
Grantavious,
I can't understand you, bud. You're breaking up.
yeah, it's terribly breaking up.
Yep. I'm sorry, bud. You're breaking up. Let me put you on mute just for a second. The biggest thing I found out was I wanted to go sailing. So just to wrap this up, I started getting into the sailing community, and you're gonna shit yourself on this one. I got onto blue water cruising and sea people and all that, and we started talking back and forth. Hey, what's the experiences out there in the ocean? Here's the one thing that I took away from it that really hit me in the heart, and you might like this, Rob. When I started talking about my experiences with aliens, these guys, like an enormous percentage of the sailing community, are like, oh yeah, no, they're real. We see them all the time. They go in and out of the water. We see them in the air. We see the lights under the water. No, they're everywhere, dude. Don't worry about it. We understand. And I'm like,
Grantavious, did you hear my statement just now?
I couldn't hear it. You were breaking up.
Oh, well, I also have you have several $100,000 and stuff, and I'm just looking into real estate. Uh, I I knew I knew a friend. I knew a friend that did the same thing.
Well, it's one of those things where it doesn't take money to go sailing. If you got $1,200, you can go buy a little boat and go sailing. It's fun.
If you got a house to sail, buddy, you can go sailing, homie.
Well, you don't even have to have a house for sale. Like you can have a bicycle for sale, or even a screwdriver and trade up into.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm at, buddy. I'm trying to relate to you, homie. Come on, man. I'm your homie, buddy.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Realistically, though, when I started finding out the sailing community, and I'm going to tie this back around to UFOs, all of them believe in UFOs because when they're out there in the Pacific or the Atlantic, and some of them are doing Atlantic crossings over to Africa usually, and they're going up into wherever. A lot of them see these things, and all of them believe it. And I'm like, dude, I found my home. I get to go retire, or not retire, but just live my life and go sailing and have fun with my family. But then I most likely are going to experience the cool UFO aspect. This is
Yeah,
great.
I had coworkers that said the same thing. Not about UFOs, but they said they're just like, we're gonna live on this. We're gonna live on the sea. We're
Oh
on the
yeah.
sea for forever now,
Yep.
and they were so happy, dude.
That's what
I,
it.
I, I'm sorry, bro. I hope you are happy.
Oh, I'm happy, man, dude. I'm happy.
I, that's where I want you to be, buddy. I want you to be happy, buddy.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Rob, what do you think about that, though, with people on the ocean seeing more UFOs than what I expected? And it's more than 50% of the sailors out there believe in them because they see them.
Well, here for sure they're out there, and the it is funny because being in this community, it has changed the way that I look at things, and when I think about that, it's because I know the phenomena is real. I know that they're out there, and so now I get to make educated judgment on, do I want to put myself in that situation? Because if you are not in tune with the UFO subject, you're unaware that there are things like that out there in the ocean. You know, there's submarines. You know, there's whales, sharks, the normal things we know. But if you knew that there were a lot of different craft that come in and out of the ocean, would you? And I'm not saying you because you just stated what you would do, but for the normal individual who doesn't know, if somebody told you and they love to sail, somebody told you tomorrow, you know what, ocean is full of UFOs and aliens, and you could be in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the ocean, and one might pop up, and then what do you do? I think that people should at least have that information so they can make educated guesses on what if they want to subject themselves to that. Same thing with Bigfoot going into the forest. And this is one of the real reasons why I'm so strong on the Bigfoot community, moving this thing forward, because there are families that go into the forest every summer. They don't know anything about Bigfoot, and they know about lions, the mountain lions. They know about bears. They know about the normal things, right? But would they go if they knew they might run into Bigfoot? They should at least have the knowledge up front to know so they could base their decision off. Now, maybe they never go in the forest again, or maybe they're like, I'm still okay going. I think you should at least have the information first. So I think for sailors and for anybody in any part of the phenomena, give them the information up front and then see if they want to go. It's up to them at the end of the day. But I would like to know, if I'm going into the forest, I might run into this 10-foot tall, huge muscular thing that could do something to me. I wouldn't want to find out in the forest. I want to know ahead of time so I could say, hey, I will take my family and risk it, or I won't take my family. And I think that's one of the big things and the reasons why I think we should, same way you have beware of bears, don't feed the bears signs in the woods. We need to beware of Sasquatch. It's out there. Just be aware. That way you don't go by yourself. I watched the video, and this lady she was from the Netherlands or somewhere over there, and her dream was to come to the United States and kind of go through the West. She loved how the American West was. And so she came out here, 20 something years old, and she goes to Yellowstone, I think, National Park. And she has her friends take her out there, and her dream is to go not really live off the grid, but go camp for a few days off the grid by herself. So they let her go. She went out by herself for miles into the wilderness and then got eaten by a bear.
Oh, no.
So And so the thing with that is that okay, if you understand bears are out there and you still choose to go, cool. But if you knew Sasquatch was out there, would you still go?
Oh yeah, I would.
And that's the thing. But at least you should know that it's there. That way you can make a choice and say, yeah, I still want to go, or nah, I'm not gonna go.
Well, the thing is, like, if we put, beware of bears, Sasquatch, and penguins in or whatever it is, you know what I mean? People are going to laugh at the Sasquatch one because right now it's just a myth. It's same thing with chupacabra. It's a myth. You get Yeti. It's a myth. You get whatever out there. And when it comes to like people from, let's say the lizard people, you can say, hey, check it out. These woods might hold bear, mountain lion, Sasquatch, and lizard people. And you'd be like, Sasquatch and lizard people, what the hell? It just right now, the common denominator is people don't really believe in it. They think it's a fairy tale. But when you have the United States government talking about UFOs, Tic Tacs, and they're going so far as to interdimensional beings, like it's coming to the forefront of attention now, where anybody that's watching, and I know most countries are watching the congressional hearings. I know that you and I are. I know that most people that are watching the show are. When it comes to interstellar objects, just like Oumuamua or Three Eye Atlas, people are watching that. Those things are real. We can see them with telescopes. We know that they're there. What they are, we don't know. Sasquatch. I had my encounter with Sasquatch when I was 10. Like I saw the dude. I don't believe anymore. I know he's real. I didn't understand at that time when he melted into the woods that they actually have the ability to do that. Now, as a 45-year adult, I'm looking at it going, oh, yeah, they can do that. I've seen it. Like, I've only seen one alien and one Sasquatch, and that's it. I've seen more than a dozen UFOs, so I know those are real. Whether they're orbs or interdimensional, I don't know. It's one of those things where you can give people the knowledge, but whether they accept it or not, that's a different story. Because I believe that your life, like these glasses that we are wearing, so here's my belief window. Everything that I have experienced in my life is based in this window. And that window is always on. And whether I've experienced it or not, let's say I've never seen a Yeti, I've never seen a chupacabra, I've never even seen, I don't know, there's not very many animals I haven't, like a gazelle. I haven't seen a gazelle. I know they're real. But when you say, hey, when I wear my Bigfoot t-shirt or my Bigfoot hat when I'm going to do jobs, I have a lot of people that will talk to me about it. And it's fun for me to do that. So when I actually go out and I do carpet cleaning for my own company, and I'm like, hey, or I'm out there and I'm talking to customers and I happen to be wearing a Sasquatch t-shirt like that says I believe, or a Sasquatch hat, and people will have stories for me. And it's not one in a million, it's like one in every 15 people that I meet will have some type of story or ask me about it, because everybody's inquisitive. And I think that what it boils down to is when we get the capital D disclosure is more or less convincing people that Three Eye Atlas or a Oumuamua or an alien spaceship or the Battle of Los Angeles or whatever it may be really did happen. And the fact that there was UFOs that were caught on photograph way back when over the White House, or there was the Rendlesham Forest landing, multiple landings, or there is Sasquatch, and that these things, we have to find a way to make these things real for people. And that's what we're struggling against, because everybody's indoctrinated to believe that they're just a folk tales, storytelling. And once everybody starts, I got a friend from high school. Her name is Amanda, and a very close friend of mine, even to this day. and we had a very specific spot that we'd go camping in when we were kids. And this is down in Shasta County. It's called Cheap Creek. It's over by, it's off the Whiskey Town Lake, basically. We'd go down there all the time. Well, one day I got a call or a text from her, sorry, and I was talking on this show, and she was listening to it, and she won't be on the show. She'll never be on the show because she doesn't want to do that. But she told me a story about the same spot that we used to go camping in all the time. And her and whoever it was, I guess her husband now, were there. And she saw her first orb, and it scared the living shit out of her. And it was the size of a basketball. It was yellowish orange, I guess, if I remember correctly. And it was right on the other side of the stream. So it was within 40 feet of them. And literally, she did not talk about that until she talked about it with me. That's a person that had an experience and now believes that something else is out there. So when you have people say, well, what will happen if aliens land on the White House lawn? Is it going to disrupt religious beliefs? Well, religious beliefs, they already believe something else is already out there that we can't see. Not that big of a jump to me. So maybe we can convince people over the course of time, and I don't think it'll take more than maybe one life cycle, so 70 years, you know what I mean, for everybody to realize. And I don't know, dude, there's been people like your great-grandfather might have believed in UFOs or aliens and stuff. Oh, there's going to be disclosure back then. We are going to believe in it until it happens. It is what it is. And that's the reason why we do this show. It's not because I don't think that we believe in it. I think we know. And everybody that is watching this show, all 202 people in various platforms that I'm looking at the screen right now, some of them want to have validation for what they've seen. Some of them are curious and want to know what's going on. Some have had experiences, whatever the case may be. I think we all know that we're not alone. We might just be one aspect of life, like an ant doesn't know that we're here, and we're the ant. And
it can be as sad as that. It can be as sad as figuring out that we're just so small on the totem pole that we don't really matter, that we're simply inside a cell of some larger organism, and at the end of the day, the things we do in life don't matter. That could be, shell shocking and heartbreaking for people to realize. There's a lot of realisms about what's going on that I think is going to shake up. I mean, I think the most secure people, though, to your point, will be those within religion, because they already have a base belief that there is something out there higher than us, and that's the base belief in any religion. But that's where I want to separate ufology, because ufology is often looked at as a religion. And I think it's because of the word belief. And you said that before earlier about believing. It's not about believing, it's about knowing. And that's why I hate when, I hate calling us believers, because we're not believers. Believers are ones that haven't seen anything, excuse me, and just will go off of someone else's word. That's a believer. An experiencer is someone that experienced the phenomena and will tell you that it's a fact. So if I go out in the forest and it's very hard to find a mountain lion in the forest, they're there, they're watching you. You will probably never see one, but they're there. So it's like, I think it's a little bit of that, right? So you could see one. I could tell you that they're out there, and you may go out there every day and never see one, but they're there for sure. And it's like, I think it's a little bit of the same thing when it comes to the phenomena. And it's just opening up eyes to realize that there is something more than you understand. We discover new species on this planet all the time, especially in the ocean. And a lot of them look like, what the hell is that? I look at a cuttlefish, and that doesn't look like anything you would think would come from. If you showed me a cuttlefish without me knowing it was a cuttlefish and said this was from planet XYZ, it would be totally believable, because it doesn't look like anything that should be coming from planet Earth. So where do we draw the line on what we consider alien? And that's kind of where I get into it. And going back to the whole traveling the sea, or I will still take cruises. Even though I know there are things under the water, and every time I go, I can't help but stand on the deck and look for something because I know they're out there, but I'll still go.
Yeah.
Airplane flights, though, I will not do unless I absolutely have to, because they're hiding something from us on that aspect. We talk all the time about military pilots that have encountered anomalous things in the sky, that have shut off their electronics. We have talked about private pilots who have experienced the exact same thing. So are you telling me that commercial pilots haven't encountered the same thing? BS. They all have, but the FAA won't let us know that, and therefore there's a false sense of security when it comes to getting on a plane. So on a plane, until they come clean, it's going to be hard to get me on one. I'd rather drive to where we got to go and figure it out after that. But you have to look what I think about that, and I think about the fact that they've admitted in the private sector and in the military sector that these things affect electronics. We know for a fact that they've had to affect also commercial planes. And then you have to ask yourself, when you look at some of these catastrophic crashes, 300 people dead, did it have anything to do with something up there in the sky to shut off electronics? You'd have to at least think about it, because we know they've done it to commercial pilots and also military pilots. So with that being said, and the FAA not being, I feel like, 100% transparent, and we see with the drone situation that they're in cahoots with the government, you will never get me to trust you to just get on a plane because you say it's safe. I know that anomalous craft have shut off electronics, and I'm not going to be at 35,000 feet and then find out that they also shut off electronics on a commercial aircraft. That's the ability for you to make the choice, a conscious choice, with all the information, and decide if you want to do the thing or not. You can still say, I don't care, I'll still get on a plane. It's still the safest way to travel. Okay, cool. But at least know that there are things up there that interact with pilots and shut off electronics. Electronics is how your plane flies. If your plane loses electronics, it's very likely that you don't make it out of that. So if you're okay with making that decision, it's up to you. But the thing is you should be able to make the choice. You should have all the information first and be able to make an educated choice on if you want to subject yourself to a situation like that or not. Some people will be okay. Some people will be like, hell no, I'll never go on a plane again. It's up to you, but give me the information first so I can make the choice if I want to do that. Same thing with going into the woods. Let me know Bigfoot's out there. That way I'm prepared. I got bear spray for the bears and for the other things. I don't have anything for Bigfoot. So if you let me know Bigfoot's out there too, well, now I'm not going out there by myself, and I'm definitely not staying in a tent if I do go. But you're able to make these choices because you've been given all the information first. And I feel like that's a disadvantage for a lot of citizens out there who don't know that Bigfoot is out there, who don't know that if you get on a boat and try to cross the Atlantic by yourself, which a lot of people do, you might run into something that pops up out of the water. And at least know that can happen before you make up your mind. And I think that's more of kind of where we need to move this into, because I know we talk about missing 411 all the time. And how 600,000 people go missing. A portion of those people, if they knew that the reason that people were missing was because of XYZ, would they still go? That's the question.
Probably not.
And then we wouldn't have missing 411. We'd have a lot of people still here because they made the conscious choice to know that if I go way out off the grid like this, there's a chance I might run into not just a bear. I can deal with that. Not a mountain lion. I can deal with that. I can act big and do all these things to scare them off. What do you do for Bigfoot though?
Oh man, So when I met Bigfoot, I think he happenstance across me because I was a kid, and I like to joke now as an adult, like all his friends were like, "Oh no, the kids, the young ones don't have guns." Well, I had a BB gun next to me, and when I went to pick it up, his eyes went from mine to the gun, and he's like, "Oh shit." And he ran it. He was to my left, 90 degrees to my left, and he ran at a 45 in front of me, and then straight away, he just cut and took off, and he melted into the brush. But if I was out in his area, because I was still technically kind of in a town, I was in the Buckeye School District, and I was right on the edge of a gully, I guess you'd say, or a canyon, sort of a small canyon. And yeah, it's one of those deals where when you run across something like that, would I go out in the woods? Now, there's places I've been out in the woods and camped unknowingly, and now I don't go there anymore because I know, like, there's some shit out there that's going to get you. And I don't want to run across that. I've seen a 150-pound, mountain lion run across my porch here where I live currently. It scares the living hell out of you. You do make wiser decisions, especially when you're, fear for your own safety and life, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But let's turn this around a little bit. 3i Atlas, CO2, 10 million people. If that literally houses 10 million people, and let's say it stations itself around Venus or Mars or Jupiter or wherever, right? What would your initial instinct be at that moment?
If it showed any signs of being artificial in nature, just like I tell everybody, I used to think doomsday preppers were crazy for setting up bunkers and stashing goods, and I used to think that was crazy. Like, that would never happen, never. But then once you see how fragile society is, you're like, dude, it's better to be prepared than not be prepared. So I would do is I would look for some sort of cave system or something like that. And that way I know where to evacuate to, because the governments, as I've talked about before, have something called continuity of government, which are bunkers that we paid for, that all the top government officials get to go into, close those blast doors, and then just let whatever happens on the surface happen while they kind of wait it out, right? So we should have the same plan. We don't have the bunkers, but what are bunkers? Bunkers are underground system. We have a lot of cave systems that would support that. And so that's where I would be looking for. Where is the closest, place that we could go and kind of hunker down? And I think that's something that a lot of people should know. You should know the same way you know where the closest store is to get your groceries. You should also know where the closest cave is in case our asteroid is coming in or anything, any threat from out there. You should have a plan or know where to go. And it's crazy that I'm on this other side now, because I remember when I used to look at people that thought like that. I was like, dude, you're crazy. Like, that would never happen. Like, you don't even have to worry about that. Society is so structured and so cool. We're protected. We're good. No, it's not. It's an illusion. And you should have a backup plan. You should, if this turns out to be a spaceship that's going to park itself right outside of Earth, you should already know where you're going to go. If you don't know, that's a problem. You should figure it out. You should figure it out now. This is a good exercise for you to figure it out. Just in case this is just a comet and we do get something later that turns out to be alien, at least you have thought it through and you have a plan.
So I call that the bug out plan. And what you're looking at on the screen right now is called True Prepper. These are the ones that we know about, dots of underground bunkers in America. And some of these, by the way, people, are in the water. There's some in the water up here. So I do have a bug out plan. I do have a place that I will be going to if shit hits the fan. I have everything ready. I have my passports. So on my way downstairs, I'm upstairs right now. On my way downstairs, I built an alcove into the wall that holds every passport that we have and every credit card that we have. If we use it, we take it with us and we put it back. So if I bring out my wallet, which is actually in my pocket right now, I should have at least 2 credit cards on me and a debit card and my ID. And so, but when I'm done with them, or I'm not going to be using them for the day. So here's debit card, credit card. Hold on. Credit card and ID. And I always at least carry 2 of what I need. Then on top of that, I have, this might sound a little stupid, but I have 13 vehicles, and all of which run, drive, everything. And I will switch insurance on certain ones to other ones when I go choose to drive them. So this whole summer, I've been driving my Jeep around with the top off. So I moved the insurance over to that vehicle. And then today, I actually moved insurance over to my red sled, which is an Obia Chevy slammed out. Great truck. But if there was a EMP, electromagnetic pulse, that truck would shut down. I have 5 classic vehicles that and they're all full of fuel at any given time. I will drive them all regularly, and then when I'm done driving them, or when I go to drive them, I always make sure they're topped off. And the reason why I have those is because every single one of them have points and condenser as their ignition system, and they all carry an extra set of points and condensers in the glove boxes of every one of them, and a screwdriver to make sure that I can keep those vehicles running. EMP blast hits. Every single person in my family, if they could all drive, which they can't because I have 3 kids, only one of them can drive right now. Every one of us would have a vehicle, and everyone would be able to literally drive wherever the hell we wanted. And I do that for a reason. I have a bug out box that has every single thing in it. The only thing I don't have, I even have 25 and 30-year-old food supplies that will last for 25 to 30 years. And the only thing I don't have is water, which I'm on a well, and I have yet to spend the money to have the pump to be able to pump my own fresh water. That's the only thing I don't have at the moment. But I do that because I'm not a prepper. I know, like, or a couple of days ago, the light shut off for 2 hours, which shut everything down but gas. And I was able to take a lighter, light my stove up, and make myself some top ramen. Yes, I eat cheap. And I was fine. My kid got to sit there and watch my phone because we still had satellites that bounced off towers that still had power, and I was able to receive videos on my phone. So we watched phone until we went to bed. But literally, when an alien invasion, let's say, which everybody's threatening, comes around, is my phone going to be worthwhile? Probably not. I don't give a shit about my phone. Is the bug out box going to be worthwhile? Probably. Is the area that I'm going to go to be worthwhile? Probably. Is my passport and stuff like that going to be worthwhile, and my credit cards? Probably not, but I'm going to take them anyway. I have other means of protection, quite a few means of protection. Those will go with me. I have food. The only thing I need is water, and I have ways to actually get water from even stagnant ponds and make them drinkable. And it's not with, it's just my knowledge. Like, you can take a vine, if you can find vines, ones that are not like poison oak or anything like, but you find vines around areas, and you can strip them, cut them, and make sure you know which end went up. That's the biggest thing, because that's the one you're putting in your clean beaker or container, and the other end goes in the water. Over the course of a day, it will actually give you water, and it's filtered. Like, if you know these random things, you'll live.
Right.
But do I do this because I plan on something bad happening? No. Am I going to go into the wilderness just because I want to? Yes. Am I going to learn how to fish? Yes, I already know. But literally, if 3i Atlas had 10 million beings on it and they were all malevolent and they all wanted to take over Earth, it just depends on how high their technology is and what they're capable of and how well we are able to shield ourselves from them. I mean, literally, it's just a shit show. It's going to be a game of cat and mouse.
When I think of alien invasion, what I think of is like signs, right? So, you know, they land, they're able to walk around, but there may be a simple way to kind of defeat them. Their biologics, if you look at War of the Worlds, it was they couldn't take our bacteria, right? And that killed them off. So it could be something simple as that saves the day, but it's like you are definitely going to be uprooted from your comfortable situation while you're dealing with said scenario. And if you look at the thing is that it's such a stretch for us here in America because we're the most richest country. We're the place to be. But there are countries that are literally the total opposite spectrum that are living like that right now. Third world where, they have to filter their water. They're already doing that, right? They're going to be set up to survive because they're already doing it now, where you have all these cushy Americans that are used to going to a corner market and getting your food for the month and not knowing outside of that how else you would do that. If you go to a small town that doesn't have a grocery store, now you're all out of element. You don't know what to do. You have to go to the little bait store and stack up on $10 bags of chips and overpriced thing just to get through. When really you could sit out if everybody made it a thing to kind of reconnect with nature once a month or once every 6 months, just kind of get out there for a week and kind of just live off that stuff and just know what it would feel like if you had to do that more than a week. Then at least you'd have the basics just to know. And it's crazy that I hear myself saying this stuff because I can remember a time where I didn't look at it like that. But that was before I knew there was this outside thing going on. Before I was oblivious, dude. But now that I know and I've seen it, it's like, okay, you gotta think differently. If 3i Atlas comes here and it is in any way something that isn't natural, well, you need to be concerned because you don't know what the outcome is going to be with that. And even with that, let's not even talk about 3i Atlas. Let's just talk about go online and look at all of the near miss asteroids that we've had almost hit this planet that have come close. There's one, I think in 2015, they didn't even see it until 2 days after it passed. It had already passed us, and then they discovered it. And so there are moments like that. Even the Chelyabinsk asteroid that blew up in Russia 2013, it blew up in the sky. They didn't see that coming. That came in from the direction of the sun. They had no clue it was coming, and it kind of just came. So imagine if you woke up tomorrow, something like that happened. Forget aliens. That there's other threats. So why not be prepared? Go ahead.
As of late 2025, astronomers have identified over 35,000 near-Earth asteroids. And it's constantly increasing as more are discovered by ongoing sky surveys. I just looked that up. 35,000. You get to the point, though, where like if you focus on something like that, it's going to take over your life. You know what I mean? You just can't think about that until it happens. You got to cross the bridge when it comes to you. But that's a shit ton, man. 35,000? What the hell? As of June 2024, over 35,000 NEAs, near-Earth asteroids, had been identified with estimates suggesting there are millions of smaller yet to be discovered NEAs. Jesus Christ. You should never have let me look that up.
And here's the problem. Just like Three Eye Atlas, they talk about when it kind of rendezvous, it'll be opposite side of the sun. So we can't see it. Anything that comes in from the direction of the sun towards us, we won't see it. We won't see it until it arrives here. And, and like I said, that's not just talking alien. We know asteroids have impacted this planet many times. Let's talk about the dinosaurs. Let's talk about other times where we've had events like that. We know it's just a matter of time. That's for sure. So even if you don't believe aliens are here or any of that, know that there are things called asteroids and comets that have impacted and will impact in the future the planet that you currently live on. If it happened tomorrow, what would you do? What would be your everything else is out the window. So what would be your course of action? I would just ask myself that. And if I didn't have an answer, then I know that's a problem. And just answer the question for yourself. That way, if it never happens, great. Then if it does, at least you've answered the question. You've kind of thought it through at least once or twice or three times. So you at least have something to go on. Because what's going to happen is when we have an event like that, you're going to have a group of people who were ready and had things set up. And you're going to have a group of people who just were oblivious and thought it never could happen. And the people that were prepared are going to have to take care of the people that weren't prepared. And it's going to be a crazy dynamic. And so, look, there's, like I said, that's why it's so important to me. Before I thought of aliens, my biggest threat that I figured we could have on this planet would be rocks falling from the sky. That's my big thing. I've always looked up at the sky because you just think an asteroid could come through that atmosphere at any moment. And it's like game-changing situation. So it's like, if you know that's possible and you know that could happen, as you said, the for quality of life, you kind of just want to be able to live and not have to think about it, right? And most people will do that. But then if you take that stance, you're going to be one of the ones that depend on someone who has prepared. And do you really want to be the burden on someone else who is already, because you could prepare? So why be the burden on this person who took the time to prepare? And you're going to have to think about that, because there's going to be a lot of hard no's for people that don't want to help out. They're going to be like, no, you didn't prepare. That's on you. You're over there. And so guys got to think about this. This is reality. This is the actual reality that we live in, not the reality that says, oh no, we're cool, we're perfect. There's no rocks haven't hit here in the last 100, 200 years. We're fine. We're going to be okay. If it doesn't happen in your lifetime, guess what? It's going to happen in one of your descendants' lifetimes, and you got to care about that. So that's why we could go down so many when it comes to this. I'm just too passionate about human life and us making it to that next step. And I really have bought into the fact that it's just better to be prepared than not.
That's true. And when it comes to Three Eye Atlas, well, I'm excited to see what it's going to be.
Me too.
You have a lot of people on the fence with it. You have one group of scientists saying, oh, it's just a comet, but it's not showing anything that any other comet that we ever seen is showing. The fact that it's creating its own light, the fact that the dust around it is preceding it. They can't even get a good size of this thing. The fact that the CO2 is enough per second for 10 million people to be on this thing. It's so interesting. And that's the reason why we keep bringing it up. I mean, last week we brought it up. And of course, this show is now running on 5 hours straight.
Whoa.
Yeah, we're at 4 hours, 42 minutes and 55 seconds. Like that's
a marathon.
It is a marathon.
But they've been holding in with us, so we do appreciate everyone who has tuned in. I know it's a late night thing. It's probably the only thing going on tonight live. We do appreciate you guys coming in. If you wouldn't mind, if you're here for the first time, to take a moment and hit the subscribe button. It's deep tonight. We're going deep, and we're doing all this. This is what we do, right? So we have these conversations because you got to have them. And it's very important. If you look around, there's not a lot of people having these conversations. These are the ones that are going to get you through. These are the ones that are going to matter at the end of the day. It's figuring out what the hell we're going to do, because no one has a plan. If the government has one, they're not telling you, and you won't find out until they're already in the bunkers with the blast doors closed, not letting you in, by the way, even though you paid for it. You won't be getting in. And so you got to figure it out for yourself. If you want your family, if you love your descendants and you want them to be able to prosper in this world, you got to set them up for success. And setting them up for success in the world we live in is just simply being prepared. Absolutely. Just be prepared rather than not.
There we go. Well, unfortunately, my man, it's getting really late. It's 3 a.m. here, and I have to work at 7. So I do got to get a couple hours of sleep. Rob, dude, I love you, my guy.
You know it.
Everybody, thank you so much for being here with us. We have 207 people now. It was just 208. A lot of people on the YouTube side. 72 of you have been watching us this whole time. 135 on X. Thank you so much. Visit spacedoutradio.com. That is our webpage. You can go through our shop at /shop. We don't have ugly swag. Super chats are always open and available. It helps keeps the light on for Spaced Out Radio. We do this for free, but it's not for free to produce. So if you would just help us out one day or another, that'd be great. Realistically, though, we do need that like and subscription. That's the most important really thing for us. And thank you so much for being here. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Rob, thank you so much for tolerating 4 hours and 45 minutes of conversation with me.
Look, if it moves the needle, it doesn't matter how long we're on. How many times we do this. So anytime, man, just let me know and we're good. And for everybody else out there, if you wouldn't mind, I do have a personal page, youtube.com/ at Mr. Rob G, just like it shows on the screen. I'd appreciate it if you come over there and give us subscribe too, because we do have these tough and crazy conversations. We actually did a show earlier today on crash retrievals. And, who are some of the likely players? There's a thing called Plant 42, which is right here about 60 miles from me in Palmdale, where there's Lockheed Skunk Works, Northrop Grumman, and Madonna Douglas. They are likely the place that are holding these crash retrievals. We just did a show. Would love if you went over there, watched it, hit the subscribe button, the like button. And outside of that, once again, appreciate you having me here, Grant. And we'll definitely do it again.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. And we will see you next Wednesday. Have a good night.